Hello and welcome back, everyone, but that's not what we wanted. It's supposed to capture this with... Okay, there we go. We are continuing here as Italy. Sorry, as two Sicilies. Soon to be Italy. We just have to get a couple of annexations through. We kind of ended off last stream when we pipped an event just about to form Italy. We pipped an event that was going to make it way longer for us to annex them, which is slow negotiations. That's almost gone. Except it's not. Oh man, it just started. The pain just began. But we were about to annex Ferrara, and then that just increased the cost by 10%, and we had been annexing Ferrara for some time. And when we annex Ferrara and a couple others, we will have enough locations to be able to form Italy. Almost said Rome, but of course, we do not have enough locations to form Rome. We're currently fighting the Ottomans, but it's not a very close fight, so I do think we want to take some of these coastal places off of them, though, and that was kind of our idea here. And so let's go after this. We have to grab all the forts in the area to get the full, to negate the full increased price. Pizza or bust today? We could do pizza today. I have a reason for not doing pizza, other than I also started cutting weight. I think, what was it, this morning, started the year at quite generous 375, and I'm down to 366. And if we eat a pizza, that'll be a lot of calories. And that's if we only eat one pizza. And pizzas are kind of like Lay's potato chips. Bet you can't have just one, except you probably can. Okay. Coming in here. We do want to try and take a look through the economics a little bit as well, especially in the north where we've acquired more locations. I know we kind of come through it, and we've reached this event horizon. Yeah, you can see that we're promoting basically every city possible. We've reached the event horizon where we just are never going to run out of money again. So, hello. Played Florence a moment ago, formed Tuscany, and want to form Italy. But Naples are in a union with Hungary and Poland. I just want to give up. Well, you can try and deck on one of the allies of Naples to get into a fight with Naples without Hungary or Poland. Or you could do the same with an ally of Hungary. So rather than like decking on Naples directly, like so if we were to deck on this guy directly, he's allied with Poland. He needs more allies. But let's say we don't want to fight both of them together. Well, we see that Lithuania is allied with Poland, but they're not allied with Hungary. So what we could do is we could deck on Lithuania to fight Poland, and then force Poland to break their treaty with Hungary, and then we would be able to 1v1 Hungary. And that might help. Except you're talking about a personal union. But we would still be able to deck on Lithuania and take Poland's stuff without needing to fight Hungary if we fought this war instead. If we decked on Lithuania with a CB where we could change their religion, like Cleanse Heresy or, what is it, Deus Vult, then what we would be able to do is we would be able to flip Poland's religion and probably brick the Union, because most of the time they will have like same religion as their succession law, and because you make it so that they have to have whatever religion, and by whatever religion probably Sunni, they will not have the same heir as the personal union, and it'll brick the Union. You could also try that. There's a few ways around it. We annex Montferrat. Let's set some stuff up in there. I think that this was just a bunch of, yeah, it was 100% urban. Okay, so we have choices here. We aren't going to have any good inputs other than for Distillers Guilds, right? Yeah, because we have the wine already available. And the fruit. So I'm going to put that on auto expand, even though we know it's not going to expand in an immediate sense. And sort by what's most profitable. Yeah, paper can generally kind of go everywhere. And so maybe we do a papers shop and a printer's shop in here. On the auto expands. We're not really looking to expand too much stuff in areas where we're going to have relatively low control. But we do want a little bit, we do want some pop promotions, and we can get some control over here. Our current level of control in Geneva is 91, so actually this is going to be an area of reasonably high control. We can upgrade these. We're going to check our price collapse. We don't have it for masonry right now. We would like to get it. We have these locations now that are going to feed into the masonry well. So actually what we're going to do is we're going to come in and put some auto expand onto the masonry. Where did our mason go? I think now that we're done with that annexation, let's improve relations with this guy. And see about continuing on. Just kidding. We would also just have a general preference for annexing guys on the coast. We need to wait for that, though. Wow, even our subjects are slapping around the Ottoman army. Feels bad, man, for the Ottomans. We do want to annex these guys this episode, because we're going to try moving the Constantinople market down and see what that looks like. Hopefully that doesn't brick, oh, these guys are going to make their own market if we do that-ish. Unless we annex Bulgaria. We could preempt it by making our own market in one of their places. It's going to be somewhat reasonably located. I think that's how we'll have to approach that. Especially if we make it in a guy who's coastal. We could also annex them. Yeah, so maybe the Smyrna dream is a little far off. And I'm not even sure if it's correct, I just wanted to test it out. I feel like the masonry price collapse is the most tedious to maintain. Really? I feel like the wood is more tedious to maintain. Interesting. Let's actually start a little bit of a poll. Not on that. How did people like the MP stream yesterday? Obviously, first day we did it, just kind of want to get some feedback. I liked it more. I liked it about the same. I prefer single player. And then, of course, river map mode. Hey, Field Medic, how's it going? Already gotten the leftovers from last night on the pizza. I really do want to get a Costco pizza sometime soon, though. The macros on Costco pizza are decent for the cheese. How do you make sure areas will have enough food in the market when repositioning them, or is it a fix the later type of problem? It's kind of understanding it. Well, okay, so if you've made a few markets that just apocalyptically run out of food, you start to get a feel for what's going to run out of food. So if we look at Greece, Greece will actually have this problem if we just make a Greek market. So this is one of the motivations for moving it to Smyrna, is that it will give better access to Greece. And at the same time, Greece will be able to be in the same market with a place that has a bunch of, like, wheat and has at least some more locations with food and stuff like this. Because Greece has zero irrigation, right? Zero irrigation potentials, or just a couple. You can see that this fish is potentially irrigatable, so we could, like, add irrigation because it has the lake here. And farming villages, and maybe that's worth doing, but Greece will have food problems. this will also have food problems if we were to urbanize it, because again, if we were to make a market just for Sicily, because none of this. Central Italy also will, because it doesn't have good enough food density. So if we take a look here and we just like take a snapshot, there's really not a lot of food. Both the Venice market and the Geneva market are dependent on the northern portions for food. We know that this will run out of food too, just in the market, generally speaking, because a lot of it comes down to, can you make good breadbasket locations? And when you lack rivers, it's like really, really rough. So you have to be a little bit tender and caring and supportive with the places that are going to kind of look like this. And I think after you've done it a few times, you start to like be like, okay, there's a pattern here. And so you can make your own market here, but if you make your own market here, you can't really urbanize here. And I think if you're making a market without a lot of urbanization, it's just not going to be that strong. So you just rather have it added onto another market and just have a lot of market access. Quickie for Egypt. Do you, for Manu, for Alexandria as your capital to market? Well, market access flows better upstream. And so I think Alexandria is kind of a fine place for the market. It will flow upstream from the coast with the lowest amount of friction from Alexandria, because it'll be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 locations to Cairo. You could also maybe do it here. Manuf would be fine. And I think what the like paradigm kind of there's maybe like a little bit of a paradigm shift where offsetting your market is not as bad as it was before because of how the marketplaces work, and needing to have it on the coast is maybe less important as well. And you also technically want to put it on bad areas with rough terrain anyways, because it doesn't calculate the price, it doesn't calculate the difficulty of moving through the terrain it's on. So, because we don't need it in Manuf, because with Cairo we can build, as long as it's 2 or 3 locations away, we can always get 100% market access in Cairo. So it might even be like this location. Something like that. Or even like over here, where you get to be a little bit closer to some of this stuff over here. Or maybe you just like come in here because you want better access to the stuff on the backside in here. Because there's some goodies here. You have like iron and stone and stuff. You're going to like bump into this market over here. But if you move this over here, you get to press the market down south a little bit better. You could also just say to yourself, okay, I actually just want better access down here, because here becomes like an access abyss. Here, we could show the world map on it. This becomes like an access abyss, and you really don't want to make your own market here, so you can move it up the Nile a little bit, and maybe that's a little bit better. But the further you move from the coast, the more you're going to have to pay for entering the sea. Like you have to pay additional cost of trade and trade capacity for every location you come off the sea, because moving through the land is a little bit less effective. So with moving it south, though, is attractive from the perspective of you have a market down here, you have a market down here, and this is kind of a dead zone, and you make it less of a dead zone. So, with that said, I kind of actually even like this. Because you'll travel through this and this. The problem is markets just don't work that well through, like, this type of stuff. So then maybe it comes back to, like, being, like, Algiza, where you can get... You're close enough to, like, all of this to, with enough marketplaces, just get 100% access, and then you push it down south, and then you're only a couple off the, Alexandria. So maybe it actually just comes back to Manuf. Manuf's probably fine. Yeah. I really like Manuf as a location. I like Manuf so much as a location. You're going to see how much I like it as a location tomorrow when I publish the video I have on best continents, or best capitals in the subcontinent. I say Manuf is probably my favorite. As Egypt, though, you keep the capital in Cairo because you get a unique building. So maybe a little bit less interesting. You don't move it to Manuf. Where the hell do you live that Costco pizza is actually an option? What an abomination. What are you talking about? What do you mean? Costco pizza is like $10 for an 18-inch pie, dog. That's so cheap. How do you make so much money? Costco pizza is not that expensive. It's nice to try it, MP, but I don't know why you were having so many issues with it. With a group of about a dozen, it mostly plays fine. I don't know either. Once we got started, it was kind of okay. Maybe we just have, like, a save file that is a month into the game on observer mode or something. If that's, like, if the issue is just escaping the start. The Trebizond market is so bad, it has 0 food RGOs. The province is really bad. The battle leadership we just leave unslotted for, like, forever. It becomes good later. But you mean the province? Like, Trebizond province is, like, apocalyptic. It has, like, no food. And then, yeah, the market itself is really rough on the food. You have a bunch of mountains. Local food production minus 20%. And when you combine that with any amount of urbanization, you basically just stop producing food. So you need their market. That's actually gonna starve out the market. I was gonna say you need the market to actually be. It's really dependent on this livestock down here for a food supply. This is kind of a nice little formation though, where you're gonna have a lot of coastal stuff that can get irrigation. You also have some rivers coming through, but so some of this livestock can kind of solve the issue. The AI is not very good about solving food issues. So yeah, look at this. All these minus food. And, like, it's all... Yeah, so this market's almost certainly uber starving, right? Ah, maybe not uber, but it is starving. Costco pizza's base, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's not like a spectacular pizza, but for, like... It's good, and for the price, like, it's really hard to beat Costco pizza. I also like governors, but with the additional of governors, I feel like land is useless. I feel like going land is useless. Well, all the countries that go land get a huge buff. There was a post today. Let's maybe go over it. We're not going to make a video on it, so... or we will probably next Wednesday touch on it. So maybe let's go over it. So, limits to governors. Local governors, 1 to 4. As default, each country can have 1. So, 1 is the baseline level. Kingdoms and empires get +1 as well. Age of Discovery, advance giving 1. Actually, allow me to rephrase. Now everyone has to go naval. Their Age of Discovery, so... Kingdom and empires each get +1. So, you go kingdom, you get +1. Empire, you get +1. I love that there's more of an... Gibu, thank you for the follow, Big Dice. I love that there's more of an incentive to go Kingdom and Empire. There's an Age of Discovery advance giving 1. Okay, Discovery, that's Age 3. And Age of Absolutism giving 1 as well. So, that adds up to +5. That adds up to 5 total. Each country can have 1 base. Kingdom and Empires each get 1 as well. Oh, not each. Kingdom and Empire, so just Kingdom. The Kingdom upgrade's really important. Discovery, Absolutism, so 4. Naval governors, you get 1 from Harbor Administration, Age of Traditions, another from Naval Infrastructure Act, and you both have to have 50 towards naval. So now everyone has to go naval. Even though I think land nations benefit a lot more from the governor system, I think... These gov reforms were already really good. So, now you gotta rat out to the coast no matter who you're playing. Because, you just played Bohemia, and then, you get to the coast, and then you slap one of these down in Naples or some ish. Yeah. And they also made it so that you can't release core subject into an AI, and the bailiff has the downside of kind of going after peasant enfranchisement, but, I mean, +20 control, so... but yeah. Apologies, I misspoke the first time. You have to go. You have to go now. You have to go to naval now. The real question is, how do we feel about Costco changing the drink meta from Pepsi to Coke? We love it. Diet Coke's so much better than Diet Pepsi. Diet Pepsi tastes like you're eating a bunch of pinpricks. Or drinking, rather. What an odd design choice. Naval's so broken, it always has been the case because how water proximity works. I think that the one of the real, like, things that trade has lower friction over the seas anyways. And I think getting the trade range over the sea plus 50%, that this is a monstrously negative modifier. And so you have to really benefit from the prox cost. So you have to have a lot of prox cost reduction for that to be worth. You know? And if you don't, then it's not. Wait, did these guys remerge? Wait, can I right click on this to merge the army? Is that what just happened? Okay, well, I want to do this. Diet Pepsi tastes like cleaning solution? Yeah. What did you just call my pen? Basically. Coke Zero. Oh, they have Coke Zero? Bro. I thought they were just gonna have Diet and regular. You done changed the game. Yeah, now it's obviously the Coke line. Although, here's another thing. Well, it's nice getting a good one of these events. I think Cherry Pepsi is better than Cherry Coke. So if they had Diet Cherry Pepsi, or even Cherry Pepsi, we'd feel different. How we feeling about hitting 100k bank, bros? It's the high score meter. It's so annoying that some of these changes are making One Direction obviously superior. I don't have a problem with One Direction being obviously superior, as long as the minigame of pushing it is interesting. But yeah, I mean, I think that, like, how to push centralization was an interesting discussion before. Like, as long as because you used to, most of the better stuff pushes you decentralization. So in order to go for centralization, you had to give stuff up. And you had to decide what stuff to give up, and that decision-making was interesting, right? But how interesting do we think... It's just hard to push naval, it's not, like, interesting, I think, because you don't have to give up, like, really good land stuff to push naval, I feel like. And so... I mean, maybe I'm mistaken here. Maybe we should refill garrison on some of these. We gain Lo and Behold? Brother, what? This is such a funny name for a modifier. Alright, I'm into it. Let's see. How far are you from forming Italy? We are very close. We need to have, like, an emergency, like, IRL emergency for Italy to not get formed today. We're about to annex Mantua and also Ferrara. And then we just need a little bit more. I think we need, like, 6 more locations or something like that outside of that. So I think we need to annex 2 small guys. 2 small guys. Do we own all of Tuscany now? No, we do not. We could annex, or do we own all of Croatia? We still do not. We don't own all of this either. Man, maybe planned a little bit poorly on who to annex for the perspective of getting maximum usage out of assimilate area to be here, to be honest. The Francian is kind of annoying down here. We're just gonna let Malta, like, integrate, or it's integrated, right, actually, rather. I mean, we have this entire area, so, yeah, let's maybe do Sicily now. Once we get rid of all the Sicilians, our acceptance of them will drop, so they won't be occupying a resource of ours, but... Alright, so Mantua now annexed. I think, in general, we have the decision of whether or not we're going to want to urbanize that. Almost certainly we urbanize the clay. I think we'll keep this de-urbanized. Could add a bunch of those. But Mantua is not going to have any good... I think we're okay just taking the paper and upgrading it. Tools is something we're going to need more of here, though. And tools is going to be something that we're not going to have a lot of luxury on. In that, we're not going to be able to hold out for a prayer. By prayer, I mean iron provinces. We're not going to have enough iron provinces to cover our desire to use tool bonuses. Wow, they got clipped by... Jesus. Look at this. You hate to see it. It's like old man Ottomans past his best days, except this is before his best days. My memory of cherry Coke is one point came to the US for the first time and having a nosebleed after drinking it. Yeah, that's the normal experience. You're just supposed to inhale it. Adds to the flavor, nice little metallic taste. For Navy Admiral regime, harbor administration, some policies. For land, there is nothing. Yeah, you don't get any reward for going 50 land, but 50 land's easier to push. Oh, hey, Connor. What do you think about releasing core territory as subject being removed? Seems very weird to me. It seems to me a little bit like they're, like, backpedaling on their design vision, which is that you would do that a lot. But maybe they don't like seeing this on the map, where you just released, like, 50 subjects. But this has to do with cabinet actions, man. Why you do this. And the fact that you integrate so much faster when they're smaller. Because the cost of integration is always a flat amount, but then you get a percentage scaling amount if you're bigger. And so by having a bunch of OPMs, you will get a bigger and bigger, much smaller modifier. Take islands for pretty borders? Yuck. We wanted to take something down here, and I can't remember why. Oh, we wanted to release a new subject because we were annexing one of them. Yeah. And we wanted to semi-bucket them. So their capital's in Bursa, and so by grabbing this and releasing it, we're pseudo-bucketing them. We could also grab, like, this location and really cause issues. Yeah, maybe we go with this. Someone calling for taking the islands for pretty borders, only to be met with this monstrosity of a peace deal. For this, I think we do want to take this because this makes it cheaper, but so we can get a little bit more gold and other stuff. I think that that's kind of a fine peace deal. Not like this vassal net is bad, aside from border guard, that it does sometimes. Greenland world conquest to end. The real dream. Vassals need a rebalance of diplo capacity, annex speed, and relative power calculation. It's too easy to keep Big Swarm loyal. Yeah, I mean, Big Swarm eventually does pressure you on dip cap because the floor, because they all just get floored. But, like, it's a little bit too easy. I mean, I think the floor should be low, but then it should scale up way faster. I think Serbia should almost certainly have a bigger, like, scaling. I think one of the issues is it scales based on eco, so if your eco gets really big, which is easy to do, your subjects just kind of collapse in relative costs, whatever. I'm yet to see Pacific Island gameplay. Pacific Island, you say? I think the next person we might deck on might be Hungary. Somehow, Castile's unable to deal with this. Really kind of annoying for us to... We had a subject of Granada. And I feel like if Castile wins this, they just annex our subject. In terms of how this ends up shaking out, which is kind of a little bit annoying. Maybe we don't want to full antag up the Ottomans, though. They're not going to... We currently have 0 people wanting to coalition us. And if we antag the Ottomans, then we're basically saying, yeah, okay, we're gonna just keep rumbling with these guys on repeat. I feel like we kind of also have some additional modifiers right now. And there's a lot of Turkish guys. Maybe we calm down a little bit. Say we're taking just the coast and this. And then we can improve relations on the Ottomans. Don't really cause too big an issue here. Something like this. But one of the big ideas being that we bucket them slightly. And we get ourselves the ability to annex these guys, Smyrna. Yeah, I think I like this. Can we get these to... You have to do a special thing. And then we're still at war with these guys technically. But we're not even sure we want Castile to be successful here. So maybe we should actually just stuck in the war because we can't do the things yet. Could also flip Turkish. Which is probably the strongest thing to do, but we're not going to do that. Are we making Rome? No, it wasn't built in a day. Did you try playing as Pale? I've not. Hey Gene, how's it going? Got a foot of snow here in Columbus. Yikes. Getting ready to DJ, so just stopping to say hi. Have a good stream. Have a good set. Have a good set. What else did we want to add in here? Milan, maybe? I think they have cores. No, we're trying to check if they have cores, my guy. I don't think they're giving us CBs with their cores, do they? Oh, they do give us CBs on this guy. We prefer to annex this guy. I think that's all we need. Is he close? No, he hates our guts. And this guy is not a fan either. How not a fan are you? I think we're gonna take Kosovo here. If we wait a little bit, we can have Castile help us out, though. Just realize when you're building foreign buildings, you actually lose pops in the country to the country you build in. Yeah, it also ships the pops over. Not a whole lot. That's something I maybe need to... I maybe pulled the trigger on that video a little bit too early. The thing about that video is I mainly wanted to talk about the plantations and the slave centers, which, like, I'm much more confident in, like, my analysis of, but the other buildings all kind of go along with it. Because there's other, like, thoughts there to include. Yeah, it does take the pops, too. Really don't understand war score and war cost mechanic. How do I stop fighting and force... when do I stop fighting and force deals? It's kind of a matter of understanding what is giving the modifiers. Like, them controlling a fort in the region gives a modifier, like, plus 100% war score cost. So everything's going to be really expensive unless you take it yourself. And so very often you want to do that. We didn't take the last fort here because we really didn't want that much more stuff. And it's like, okay, we didn't get as many ducats as we could have gotten, but we're kind of okay on the ducats front, you know? Maybe we're supposed to urbanize the alum. Like this one and the coastal one. Oh, we already have the coastal one. We already made that concession over here. It's not very expensive. It'll get more expensive later, though, is the thing. We are not, oh, that's not... We don't have that yet. We don't own that yet. That's Ferrara. I was like... I think the horse's consumption is really low if you don't go aristocratic. This we kept for... We're keeping rural for the bog iron smelters, and eventually we will Colombian exchange out the wine. We could exchange it for potatoes even, because that'll have, like, irrigation. I don't know if that's necessary. It would be nice to be able to have, like, more irrigation locations in the Naples market, but I don't think that location's in the Naples market, you know. Masonry issues in what market? This market. Masonry issues. Well, we have the stone in this province. So... let's put the masons on auto-expand in these two locations. This one with the bog iron smelter... guess we can. And then with that done, there's also clay up here, but we'll put a pin in that for now. Let's also make sure that we have these things subsidized, so they just will never not be operating. They add the promotions whether or not they're operating. And the subsidy is like really not that bad to eat. In fact, like you're kind of stimulating the country too. Like our tanneries will be marginally more profitable when we're subsidizing farming villages or whatever. It still has downsides, but the farming village is mainly there for the food, which allows us to buy urbanization. Kind of doing pretty good on the food front here, just overall. Yeah, we have like most of the things that we want upgraded though. Maybe we don't want these guys merged? I just realized that when form building, oh, wait, we already said that. Read that. How are we doing on the conversion? Pretty good. Especially with our new subjects. Like, this guy's new and he's converting over to Waldensian very quickly. Maybe take a little bit of a look over here. Get some extra colonies. Bayona. So, I'm not entirely sure Bayona can support this, so let's see what we need. So, we're gonna run out of what? Tools, naval supplies, almost certainly cloth as well. Kinda hate that... Right. Can export a little bit of tools to Bayona. And naval supplies. Just a very small amount to Bayona of both of these. So, the problem is we can't export liquor to them. Because... Oh no wait, liquor's not haram. We're not playing Sunni. We can't export liquor to them. We can export liquor to them. My sweet days. Mashallah, we're not Muslim this run. So we can export liquor. Everyone knows that colonization is haram. But maybe we want to export a tiny bit of lumber. Exporting lumber is not too bad because it actually helps to keep the price of lumber low. Everyone knows that exporting the lumber makes the price stay low. Okay. So we're kind of okay with this. And then it's just more efficient from the perspective of producing cabinet actions to have more colonies rather than adding to the colony, but we might just let the two of these guys figure out how to colonize the rest of this little island themselves. Definitely don't like their capitals and their stuff going on top of the good RGOs, but it is what it is, I guess. Also improve relations to kind of make that a little bit better. I do think we have to annex one more guy. Nova has 2 provinces, so they're not going to be able to dev province 2 things at once. And they have the most locations outside of Milan. So maybe they make the most sense. Kind of love that they're dev provincing the gold, though. They're getting a total of 0.9 something flat. Oh, this needs a road. Oh, it has a road. Really? Is that all we're getting? Mountain road topography is rough. I think that we have a little bit more... We have architectural visionary, but we have architectural visionary right now. We won't have it later. We've had 2 kings for a long period of time, or 2 rulers with for a long period of time with architectural visionary, so we're like super balling out on the development front. Also, look at our subjects go. And, I mean, we really kind of like it on the gold. We're just having it high. I think we should just pick something and annex it. This has a lot of pops. Okay, so we'll leave that urban. I think we can downgrade this, though. Actually, I mean, long-term, we might even... The thing is, there's a lot of rural stuff that you need to, like, fit into your economy somehow that eats just wood, and so having some amount of wood stuff be rural, like, makes some sense. But also, it's not the worst thing in the world to have urbanized. Maybe we end up re-urbanizing it. It's going to be cheaper for them to get annexed like this, though. That's not... I don't want to super abuse and micro that, but... Effective supply and demand feels like such a BS mechanic. I am going, like... It's doing something positive, which is that it's encouraging trade, but I think there should be, like, something else encouraging trade. It feels like a band-aid kind of a mechanic, you know what I mean? Because trade should be encouraged, and it's doing... Like, it's achieving its goal, but, like, a lot of changes feel like they identify an effect that they want to produce, and then they just find a way to produce that effect that's very straightforward, but isn't necessarily, like, the best simulation of the thing. And effective supply and demand is one of them, because, like, us exporting lumber to avoid burger trades is, like, such a weird thing. To be fair, us exporting actually creates demand because we have net excess supply than we do demand. But when the supply is equal to demand, which is a lot of instances in markets, this just creates the strange effect, you know? I love the Egypt power base, so good. Hell yeah, brother. Is infantry better in Age 4 than cavalry? It almost certainly will be by next patch. I think it's probably better than cav, but I think it's close. Do you ever plan on streaming Vic 3? Yeah, I will definitely stream more Vic 3, like 100% chance, like, around the... like, release of patches. Right now, if I make, like, Victoria content, it just does a lot worse, though. Like, my aggregate viewers prefer, like, EU5 content. Effective supply and demand literally doesn't make sense to me. I thought supply and demand was simple. Well, it's just active trades. Trades count for less, is the idea, which... on its front seems nice to me, but burger trades count for a little bit more. And this is maybe where a lot of the strangeness comes in. So trades counting for less means that the place that's exporting can export more, and the place that's importing can import more. So it encourages trade as a mechanic. The issue is that the burgers trades which are hard to analyze in their own right because they're just pretty opaque. The issue is that the burger trades count for a different amount than the other trades. And so this means overriding burger trades with your regular trades, because there's a finite amount of goods to be moved, creates like weird-ass effects. We are waiting out to see if Castile can win this by themselves. Jesus, they're struggling. I wonder if it flips us to having our subject back, though. The change cycle makes the game feel like it's an alpha. I think, yeah, I mean, I think they're probably just doing things a little bit too fast, just in general. I don't know if... This cycle has actually been a while, though. You know? But I think that just immediate post-release, yeah, maybe a little bit too fast. Oh, now they start acting intelligently and going for the capital province after we are, like, getting up off of our... whatever. To go for that. We actually should have just done that so they can't take it, if in case that's how the annexation works. To hold the occupation ourselves. Nice. We have a price collapse, reasonably. We have a price collapse on this stuff. Less so. We're not gonna cancel those over it. How about here? Oh boy, do we. Alright. So that's gonna be good for us for having more proximity. Proximity map mode's looking pretty nice here. TBH. Take this province as well. If they annex, they'll have to... If they, like, full annex, they'll just have to give it to us, I guess. And then we'll release Granada or something. Or maybe even hold it for colonization reasons. Not sure if all this works. I think we'll dismiss that. Encouraging outward right now. What do we have that's progressing us towards defensive? Is it just the defensive war? Defender and war, fort maintenance. Oh, we've started to push it. Well, I guess we'll actively push towards defense. I need to go through the files and read all the events you get from values being pushed. H4 cav is still better, but if you have a union or infantry, you can go 1/3 infantry in the middle. Yeah. Well, 1/3 infantry in the middle is... It's... The entire balance for that is gonna change in, like, a week. Because they said, like, early February they're releasing the open beta. Or a week if you're playing on the open beta. Same with exporting gold. If you export gold, trade it for coin, you don't get inflation. You get inflation from producing it. Importing gold is also not reducing inflation. What do you think about EU5 trade mechanics versus Vic3 trade pre-mappy? Pre-mappy? Well, I think I like it better than pre-mappy, but not post-mappy. But also, they're simulating two different types of economies where, like, EU5 is supposed to be a lot more regional. And it succeeds in being regional, and Vic is supposed to be a lot more global and succeeds in being global. We could maybe run a poll. Let's see if people would prefer us to stream more Vic 3. Looks like people prefer the single player to the multiplayer. Also, but that might be a function of me not streaming very well when we were doing multiplayer. Let's try not to lose the opening war. The opening salvo. That would have been really awkward. Ferrara is going to give us a lot of stuff to do when we annex it. Yeah, we just kind of want this war to end. Unfortunately, we're not the war leader. I don't think we can negotiate separate peace as well. Excuse me. I don't know exactly how this shakes out, though. Either way, I just want it resolved faster so we can do at-peace things. They're at 100%, so... And the capital's occupied. Not sure what they're waiting for. Other than we just paused the game basically when the capital got occupied, so they might not be waiting for anything. Did we already embark this guy? We did. I gotta get a little bit better about... I think we'll just always put our big navy on the control group, but being able to micro units about. Okay, I get it now. I think I'm annoyed slave centers work because I thought effective slave centers. I think I'm annoyed that slave centers doesn't work because of effective and supply and demand mechanics. Yeah, I mean, I think it's doing something reasonable and useful for the simulation. I think it's kind of like maybe a little bit of a brute force way of doing it. It's not like an elegant solution, but it's like doing something. It's like a piece of the puzzle. But specifically, like slave centers, they just like should just operate at full capacity all the time. And they don't. Or not full, they should operate at full employment. If they don't have the input goods, they don't have the input goods, but that's a separate issue and you could resolve that a different way. What are your thoughts on the Treaty of Tosadaya's system where every Catholic nation is prevented from colonizing the claimed area until the AI progresses to the second phase? That's a, like, historic simulation question that I don't have an answer to, kind of. What happened when the treaty was being discussed IRL? I don't know. If everyone paused and dropped what they were doing because it was being discussed, then I think that's fine. If that was not the case, then I don't think that's fine. If that makes sense? I don't know. That's a knowledge check question for me. This will give us vision on this a pretty important exploration because it'll give us vision on the market, so we will be able to import a lot of chili from there. And we will also see the chili, and so if we don't have demand for chili right now, the chili demand will be created. And I think you need to see like 4 chili production, and we don't see 4 chili production. We only see like 1 2/3 chili production. So, Duke Beard, thank you for the follow. Much nice. Much nice. What are we? I haven't said that before. Some big nice combined with much appreciation, or much appreciated. Duke Beard, thank you for the sub. Much nice. You know the burger state builds local markets because my estates so far didn't build any. I saw my vassal's estate build it. Is it a privilege that enables it? Builds the local markets. You mean marketplaces? Or you mean like these? I feel like every patch has larger tags getting more powerful. Yeah, so this is something I feel like a lot of the feedback that they get is from former EU4 players who really just want to blob a lot. And I was a big fan of like the anti-blobbing stuff. It seems like that was part of their design vision when the Tinto talks were rolling through pre-release. Post-release, yeah, almost everything now rewards you blobbing more. And getting extra capitals that give 80 proximity, and getting up to 6 additional capitals is going to make it so you will be able to have an enormous amount of control over the entirety of Europe without, like, And like the maintenance cost is 10 gold. Mercenary spam is going to be so bad for large tags that the good proximity, most of the Empire too, France is going to be completely intolerable next patch without question. It depends how the AI plays it. I really wish that, like, you build all these for naval infrastructure, but, like, we should actually build more of the stuff that required on inputs. Required PM's tar. Are we... Yeah, we're not approaching that. We prefer to have tall amounts of tar production rather than it being spread all over the place. The one that provides 1% production efficiency. Oh, you need to have like low-ish control and upset burghers for them to want to do it. Your burghers, if they are not upset with you, won't build the bad buildings, but some of the bad buildings are good. We do want to shift on over to... How close are we to shifting? We're getting closer to shifting to plutocracy. Every parliament, we're trying to do a burgher one now. Because you can't roll the same parliament 2 parliaments in a row. So we're trying to get mercantile cabinet. And we're trying to make sure that we have at least 2 burghers in the cabinet. So that we have like a guaranteed roll, even if one of them dies. Let's try and be a little bit on top of some of this. Are we making a spy network on these guys? We are. I don't think we necessarily want to stop the supply network, but we do need to. We don't need all that ish. Oh, we also have to do the... Alright, now... What? I could have sworn this was a historical subject. Why can't we make a historical subject? Oh, we can't make a subject because we're at war. That's right. And we're at war because Castile's being annoying. Yeah, they get to full annex, which includes the subject that we had. We had a subject of Granada that would have like 3 locations, and they just get to annex them because they had locations of theirs flip, and then also our subject joined that revolt, and then they get to full annex them. That's kind of frustrating. Skill issue, I guess. Somehow. But now we're at peace. Okay. We'll do this and then give him the rest of that province. Then we'll do this. I do want to make sure that we're not releasing something really random. I would like to understand what we're releasing. So this would release like a 2-province minor, which isn't exactly what we want. It's not the worst. Minor Beylik of Teke. That's what we wanted to release with that guy. Okay. What we could do is we could release the... Yeah, we don't want to just click release that area ever because we don't want to release the biz. No, custom subject. Huh? Oh my god, I misclicked. Bro! I misclicked releasing biz when I was trying to release a custom nation. God damn it, dude. I think it's bad to swear, and you are creating a moral hazard in swearing in such a matter. I don't care. I don't even curse that much. Oh, if you don't like if you don't like the level at which I curse, don't watch the stream. Like, it's me, Duke5 251 from YouTube. Thank you for answering your questions and making the game fun for us newcomers in the genre. Thank you so very much for your support. What's the solution to lack of flavor? With EU4, you have 2 tabs, missions and ideas, giant reminders, cool things that you can do in your countries. Advances seem so meh. I mean, they need to make it easier to understand how to trigger dynamic historical events, I think. Because there's a ton of DHEs and content, and just players just don't know how to trigger them. Yeah, I get stuck in the discussion phase until 1635, and I didn't think to track historical accuracy. Good call. Yeah, I don't know what happens historically. You can curse. I don't... just not, like, a ton. That can't be a real comment, yeah. Any idea how to become the Shogun? I kind of think Japan content is relatively broken right now. Unfortunately. But you have to start out as a daimyo and win the Sengoku Jidai. And if you have to wait like 100 years, kind of, to get to that content. You do it in the Sengoku. The biggest for me is the new update, Rebels won't randomly pull me into Warzone anymore. That is nice. Sometimes they... Actually, can we separate piece them and take stuff? No, we can't. God, this is so stupid. Well, we're gonna lose all this anyways. We're just gonna piece them out. Alright, now we have to do the create subjects and not accidentally click biz. Ugh. We want to do that after releasing... Oh, we could do Colonial too. I think we want to eventually annex it, so we're not going to do Colonial. Oh, I thought we were taking 2 locations in that province. We're not? Oh, that's not ideal, actually. Because they can rebel, and if they do rebel, yikes. Alright, we're gonna do the Beylik of the Carnicids then. And then I think we have Teke Beylik. There's one more like Beylik, yeah. And then we feed them the rest of the province. Let's annex this guy. Maybe we get far enough away from these guys that they get pulled not into... We want them to be pulled in the Tarnarvo market when we move this down here. I guess we'll save and we'll check. And we'll see what happens here. Yeah, it happened to me when I was playing Venice. I had to check the wiki to discover there was a unique reform for a unique product from THE and missed it and it was 1750. This is exactly like so many content creators complain about this very specifically. The thing that frustrates me is like I feel like the way that they prioritize stuff is based on like feedback on the forums, and I feel like that's not necessarily like the best way to do it. That's not a bad way to do it because that's like completely ignoring people's feedback is not necessarily good, but stuff like this goes by the wayside because nobody on the forums is complaining about, look, there's 150 dynamic historical events. I don't know how to trigger them. I have to dig through the game files if I want to see how to do this. It's like hard for me to unlock the content. I want to know how do I flip Anglican on England. How do you get so much money? We have like tutorials on this. It's like a lot of things like combined, so it's hard to like answer that question in like a succinct way. But like right now, what we're kind of focused on is trying to create a lot of upper class pops that are going to create a lot of demand in the market. This demand is multiplied by dev, and so having a lot of dev and a lot of upper tier pops will allow you to have a lot of demand for stuff like this fine cloth here. And this will give you more opportunities to build more of these buildings and have them be really profitable. And so that's kind of what we're chasing just generally. I'm being a little bit careful not to overbuild them because this is something that's a little bit easy to do. Can I see the income tab? Yeah. Yeah, we're also not paying cost of court because we've flipped theocracy. And you want to see the big contenders? Alright, well, let's see who else is making money and how much. So Bohemia is making quite a bit. Ready to reform Italy and start a new run? Feels like no challenge when you're just starting Bob. Yeah, but like I also like to... I kind of like entering age 3 or age 4 and like actually getting some of the tech. It feels bad like only getting one age shift of functionally a run. But yeah, this might be the last session. I did want to test some stuff as well. Apparently mission trees in the EU4 were way more polarizing than I thought. Yeah, they did, like, on some official platform, they did a poll on if people wanted who likes mission trees, and overwhelmingly people liked mission trees, and then they, like, deleted the poll or something. There's literally a thread about it right now on the forums. Good. This is something, I mean, like, content, this is... A lot of content creators complained about this. I was one of them. I was like, I would like to know how to flip Anglican. I don't know how to do that. And, like, Anglican was actually, like, super hard to trigger. You had, like, a band of, like, 10 years where you needed, like, this exact thing to happen with you and, your king and, like, your heir and, like, this type of stuff. And it's like, bro, I'm never gonna just, like, do that accidentally. And it's like, well, you just don't get Anglican. And it's like... It was just a little bit frustrating. Do we want to make a third guy? We don't necessarily want to break up the party, but I think we kind of want to... Let's do this. And I think with these guys, as they get trade capacity, we want to kind of take it away from them. We don't have enough diplomats right now, though. Okay, so we picked up a few locations. Let's de-urbanize this. Should have de-urbanized it before. Hills, forest, wheat. Do we really want this urban? Probably not. It's on the coast. It's got decent pops. We'd probably keep it urban. We're gonna have bonuses towards spinners. So let's do that. If you can't trigger it accidentally, can AI even trigger it intentionally? I don't think the AI is motivated to like try and fulfill requirements for DHEs. Would you do a trade tutorial, particularly looking at such elements as collapsing lumber? I do talk about it in a video quite a bit, specifically on how to collapse prices or how it works. It's a bit more of an abstract video than like a how to do this in 5 minutes type of thing. But let's just link that, I guess.
I lift, I run, and I'm super competitive.
No, not the ad. She lifts, she runs, and she's super competitive. Rise of Timur is a wild situation. Yeah, like you... Knowing that you have to start barless and this being completely, like, vague and abstract is, like, weird. I don't think we need to annex another person in Italy. Actually, we can see... We could actually just look with our eyes what we need to do. Form new country. We need 29 more locations here. From Ferrara, we will be getting 24, so we're going to need 5 more locations. Parma's giving us 3, I think, so we need 2 more locations. We're gonna have to wait. And then here... Let's do this. Live, laughed, super competitive. Basically. New the game and channel, so getting used to your Venice Carthage campaign. Yeah, that was the Demi, like, Demi taxes was so strong there in that run. I think also I actually had a huge leak in the run. Is I don't think we had to pay for Republican tradition. I have to double check that, but I was under the impression that we would get disasters if we stepped under 50, but that's not how it works, at least for theocracy, so I have to double check that. Can you show the income, if you can? A quick overview of how on earth you're making so much money early? Well, we're getting most of it through tax. And we're getting a lot from tax because we have a lot of profitable buildings. And we have a lot of profitable buildings because we have a lot of demand. And the demand is like a cross-section of us having a lot of dev and us having a lot of higher tier promoted pops. Because these guys will demand way more stuff. Ad was about running, so now we know you have legs. New personal info just dropped. No, now I'll have to include the foot cam. Thank you for your 2 Naples, you're welcome. The Venice campaign was great for initial knowledge, but the game has changed so much about games since then. Like others were mentioning, kind of symptom rapid update cycle. It's really bad for someone who's trying to make tutorials. Also, I've held back on doing a colonization tutorial because I felt that there were issues that were going to get fixed and then they didn't get fixed. So now I'm just going to make a colonization tutorial. That's the most requested tutorial. Take on making Colombian exchange-esque RGO swapping doable from day one. Don't know how I feel about that. I think it would have to be a limited pool of things. I'm not necessarily against it. That's type of system would be super low priority for me in terms of importance. I think that one of the interesting things about different areas is also the different RGOs, and if that just flattens the way people approach RGOs and everyone replants the same RGOs, does that make the game more or less interesting? And I think it might make it less interesting. A lot of income due to high control. Yeah, also have high control. Sorry. I feel like control is assumed, but at this point, I probably need to approach questions a little bit different and not assume certain knowledge is known. That's probably a leak. I mean, these guys will be the fastest to annex. Is this one province? Yeah, it is. Let's de-urbanize these mountain areas. We just want more iron, generally. Light is something you can urbanize, but... These are farmlands. What's the pop level? I guess we'll probably keep them urban. You can breadbasket really well if you have access to irrigation, but... When that finishes, we will be able to do the things. Yeah, we're effectively getting 0 punishment for being completely throwing the devotion as a thing. That's not been present for most of the campaign, though. For most of the campaign, we did not have that benefit. Another thing about colonization is, exploration is just so ungodly tedious. And I don't want to send some of those better guys to their deaths. It's not a high priority, so we'll just do a farther away place. Oh yeah, we did want to... forget which location it's in. If it's the top of this or one down. I guess we'll just do this. We're trying to reveal the market. The idea being is that... Oh, shit. That was a crown character. That was my bad. Well, here's to hoping he doesn't die. Where are we researching right now? Going down the right side of the tree, right? Yeah, the Gov Reform and the Trade Center. I think a lot of people play land-based countries. Womp womp. Generals for republics, no disasters at being zero replicant tradition, and, but being at it increases it by 200% or increases stab cost by 200%. The paying for the stab might be cheaper than paying for the tradition. But yeah, maybe this is why. I mean, theocracy is probably just best then. If you have to... Well, I guess it's a numbers question. You don't have to have a high amount of stability, you just want to be positive. $14,000 to move some guys. Not that devotion's useful to us at this point. I wish it was. I hate the lack of rival debuff for Empire. You literally cannot find 4 rivals in some areas. Yeah, that's kind of annoying. They need to add the spread of civilists now that real Colombian exchange occurred right off the bat. A lot of people play land-based countries and don't understand maritime in situations is very powerful. Maritime's, yeah, very strong. If you look at the proximity map mode, all of this is going to be going through water. Basically. Which means our empire is very easily disrupted if someone were to have a bigger navy than us and slap us around. So, like, in multiplayer, the opportunity cost of running this is maybe, like, a lot higher than in single player. Like, in single player, you don't have to worry about anything, really. What province is this? Does this guy not have enough dudes to achieve his aims? Maybe he doesn't. We'll add some barks. We'll move this big navy over here. Is it worth it to build over wool? Are you talking about urbanizing? I kind of don't like it. It might be next patch, though. It's hard to say. Next patch is going to be a little bit weird because everything's going to take double the wool. Wool price is going to be cut in half, and everything's going to take the double the wool input. And so, from the perspective of like the industries, the PM looks the same. So, like if we have, you know, a spinner's guild, the PM's going to look the same. It's going to have the same input cost, and it's going to have the same output cost. And so that part remains unchanged. But you're going to, for every spinner's guild, going to have to expand out double the amount of wool. And so wool probably goes from being the best food RGO to like pretty bad from the perspective of like feeding industries, and then it becomes kind of like a medium-ish food RGO. I think livestock and rice become like clearly better than wool at that point, and then cotton increases a lot in value because cotton will not require as many expansions to feed it. Like, let's take a look at the PM here. Can we just look at the PM in the abstract, please? Right, so here, cotton is more efficient, right? But it's only like 25% more efficient. You can make 25% more cloth. It's gonna be the case that you can make like 300% more cloth with the same amount of cotton, right? Because this is gonna input 2 wool. And so for every wool that you make, you can make half a cloth, and for every cotton you make, you'll be able to make 1.25 cloth, right? And so that's going to make cotton a lot more valuable because the textiles is an industry you want to run. Because you're going to otherwise have to really expand out the wool to get it. And currently, like, we're pretty aggressive about expanding out wool and pretty aggressive about the sheep farms, and that as a metagame might go away, but it's still providing food, right? It's just, now it's going to turn into thinking of it mostly as a food production item rather than as a food and industrial item. You can see here it's giving 5 food. And so I think that that's going to really push people to wanting cotton. I think one of the best supplies for cotton is plantations. Unfortunately, the plantations are basically bricked. So, if that gets fixed in the New World will become a lot more valuable as the source of cotton for shipping it back. Other than that, any place that has cotton's going to become a lot more valuable. But that's going to be happening kind of in the next patch. And this is just because you have to expand out twice as much wool to get the same effect. Is it theocracy only? Oh, I'm not sure what the question is. Do you think that the complacency mechanic should be gated behind the ages? I don't know. I don't think so. Because I think if you want to hang the Fall of Delhi onto it, it needs to be present at the beginning of the game. Just recruit 20 explorers that has no cooldown and a fixed price. Or I forget it costs devotion, right? Or on there's like one thing where cabinet members like costs devotion or something. Yeah, this costs devotion. This is like woohoo. And the great part about... So, this is apocalyptically bad for other gov types, but we'll just keep popping the event that gives us more devotion. It doesn't spend gold. Right? So in theory, we could just spam this, and next month we will get the event that will give us... Oh, is it not on that type of cooldown? No, we get this event, and then this event gives us 20 devotion. Anytime we get under 20, we get pipped to that, to have that event. But then we could also... Maybe he's talking about the fact that we can try and train general. But recruit explorer... It's 1,000? Well, I don't think it's fixed. I think it has a cap. The cap is 1,000. That's not too bad. We were going to send them to discover the south area. I wish you could filter by if they have an explorer like tag, but you can't. A little bit unfortunate. Okay, so we annexed Ferrara, so now we are going to have a little bit of decisions to make. I think we're kind of okay expanding the paper here, and maybe the paper and the books. I'm gonna want to urbanize some of this. Almost certainly the salt. It doesn't make kind of, or it is gonna brick some of the salt, but that's kind of okay. We just want the urban promotions. This doesn't have a lot of pops, and so all of our promotions that are scaling on pop aren't going to really do anything there. This was also owned by Ferrara, and we wanted to annex it, or we wanted to urbanize it for a little while now. So the upgrades over here are a little bit cheaper. Oh wait, we don't have masonry. I think that we will do some of this because there's clay input here. I can't wait until we can lock PMs because we would want to lock it on the clay, but then kind of won't do what it wants to. Okay, do we have clay over here? Mona, I think that we've already manually expanded out the basins there, though. Yeah. Guess not all the way. I think we de-urbanize this. I think we're just like 2 locations from being able to form Italy. Or 5. This is giving us 3. Okay, and then this is, yeah, bring us up the rest of the way. For all of this, though, I think we want to maybe put down bog iron smelters. Not the most elegant building, but we have enough money. And very often you get throttled by the iron. So just putting this in is going to go a decent way. I think in our primary market we also might import iron. Iron is not heavy. It doesn't require any extra trade capacity to source. And it's not as much that we care about the price of it, we just need an amount of it in order to produce some of our stuff. The thing is if we import it actively and then the burghers export it, that's kind of bad for us because it increases its price as an input. While we are not the entire... or while we're getting at some of it from abroad, is not exactly ideal. But this is pretty nice for the Venice market. How much... Wetlands is kind of like an interesting one because it's really bad for the infrastructure, but really nice for being able to access a bunch of extra iron. We have a little bit down here and a little bit over here. Also being next to lakes does the same thing, which increases your desire to urbanize. However, we do want to extra urbanize because we can build padlock canals, or the potential to. For the 5% proximity, but also the food. So when this guy finishes, we will be able to annex. So in Texas, it's 2 Naples miracle. Mexico is the most worthwhile place to conquer in the New World at the age of discovery before you find the Inca Empire. So much gold and gems. Yeah, there is a lot of stuff there. Treat the lack of devotion downsides as a bug and don't play theocracy. Just nukes one of the most expensive sliders. Yeah, that's fair. This should be, like, the amount of money we should be making, hey, 0, but it should be when this is, like, when this is break-even is, like, what most countries would have to pay, so we would be somewhere in this, although we would be going out of our way to get more devotion, and this would be, like, the margin that we would be getting, but yeah, you just get to kill the most expensive slider. You also get to kill your fort maintenance cost, because you have so many reductions in it. They're having food issues. You think there should be trade-off for using local governors? There's a trade-off, but it's 10 ducats. It's super whatever. It's like inconsequential. I mean, it'll make it so you don't want to just put one down at game start, but it's like super whatever. It doesn't scale, so that it means you'll eventually hit a point where, like, you just, like, one location over, you'd be able to put it down. Or you'd, like, be like, ah, well, you know. We're not one location over, but, yeah. I think fiber crop farms will become very profitable next patch as a PM. Fiber crop farms? As a PM? You mean the building? What's the idea here? Oh, you mean like this? Yeah. Yeah, you might be right. So the two of those combine? I could see that. Especially this inputs cattle. There's not a lot of places that have cattle and lumber. We try and keep an eye out for them when we're remembering. To get the full discount. Like, this doesn't have cattle and lumber. But having a PM on specifically cattle is also really nice, because, like, some places just have, like, cattle only. So, like, here has, like, cattle only. And so it would be reasonably good for adding these. They're actually making decent profit. The thing is the thing that's throttling this location is the pop promotions. But this place has cattle and lumber, for example, so we would be able to... This is kind of what we were getting at with talking about leaving some of this rural, is like, they would be able to produce fiber crops really nicely here. Why is this not showing up as a thing yet? We want to put it on auto expand, my guy. Why is it not UIing? The snosberries don't taste like snosberries. Alright, fair enough. This is also a cattle... whatever location. You can see that the fiber crops... We're trying to get up, but what we could do is we can... subsidize them. And yeah, maybe that'll be more of a thing. Currently, I think we're not producing cotton where we have fiber crops, but maybe that's a mistake. I don't know what the PM's gonna want to do. I think generally it prefers the other stuff. But also, we have more desire for spinners guilds than we do have, like, places with cotton and cloth. So putting them in the fiber crop area is maybe not, like, a mistake or something like this. Let's do this. Yeah, that's probably right. See, this wants to use the wool PM. I think we have some here. Are they using the wool PM? Yeah, they want to use the wool PM. And they make more money with the wool PM because we have a lot of wool. And the wool is kind of like, when you compare the fiber crops, when you're just looking at the Spinners Guild, you obviously just want to produce more wool to support the Spinners Guild rather than producing fiber crops to support them. Because, like, the wool is more efficient at making cloth, for starters. You don't need as much wool to make the same amount of cloth, right? For every 5 wool, or... 5 wool will produce 5 cloth. 5 fiber crops will only produce 4 cloth. But also, on top of that, the wool is also just giving food. So, fiber crops getting a lot better, relatively speaking, is going to be nice as well. When you can't source it via cotton. Cotton's just, like, the best, though. Can't have mutton without mint sauce. Wool change is going to kill Muscovy economy, which does not exist anyways. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of places that really benefit a whole lot from it, that are just gonna get crushed. I mean, I think it's a very drastic change. Like, literal cutting it in half is such a big change. It's not like they're cutting it by... They could have cut it by, like... They could have cut it by, like, 25% or something. Or cut it, you know what I mean? Like, by a much smaller fraction than 50%. But okay, it's gonna make England a lot worse too. Yeah, low devotion is actually just a historical simulation mechanic. Yeah, you can filter explorer tags for. You could filter by explorer tags now. Oh my sweet Jesus. You did not used to be able to. That was a UI suggestion I had given, is being able to filter by Explorer. I still don't think I wish it was in the sorters, but maybe if you could lock in the settings. Next patch banned releasing subjects on core land, which is great. I don't know. How do you have so much money? I don't know. We just ball in with the drip, yo. Just trying to riz up on God for real. Something like this. It's a combination of things. I feel like we just answered that question like 2 minutes ago, though, so I don't want to, like, kind of go into it too much. Theocracy is a big portion of that, though. That's kind of what some other people are talking about, the fact that we can ignore this slider, because there's virtually no downside for low devotion. I imagine the bog iron smelters, it's the orc pits in Lord of the Rings. Hell yeah. Me too. So we get a little bit better proximity with those dry docks coming in. How much are we making per trade out of Naples? Like half a ducat. Yeah, we really kind of overexpanded the trade quite a bit, but. And we are importing both cotton and iron, not in huge amounts. That's kind of what we were gonna come here about. We would like to import more cotton. To help fuel the beast. But this is they're gonna make this worse. Being able to import, they're gonna make inputs heavier. I don't know if they're gonna make cotton heavier. But inputs in general. Right now, iron isn't heavy. Which is maybe a mistake. Oh, yikes. Yeah. Maybe we don't want that much iron just from that one market. God damn it. Because that's going to change the iron price in the other market as well. Let's do something like this. So we wish we had more bog iron smelters, but we're just looking to get the quantity up. If the thing is, when we import more of this, it's not going to increase the effective demand that much. So iron prices will stay high, even if we do resolve this. And a lot of these iron trades are underwater, but that's not that big a deal. Yeah, blacksmiths. We're just looking to add new kind of people supplying the iron. Let's do this. Because we're going to affect the prices of all these other people. And then it's not going to be worth it for them. So we're just going to get a couple in. Warp their prices and this type of thing. And then see where we're at, basically. Okay, so Parma's annexed, they're up next. So here we will do Boa Vista and then filter by. I don't think we have an explorer. Yeah, we don't have one available. I think the way it shakes out, just overwhelmingly the most important thing is how much military score you have. Government power below 100 should make cost will make cost court crazy expensive. Yeah, but we're saving once the cost of court price goes neutral, so like right here, this is how much it would cost us to maintain at 100 if we were at it. Is it still most efficiently to own directly own colonial land? I don't think so, but it's complicated. In the super short term, yes, but in the long term, I think overall, no. I was going to ask you about bailiffs, but now they changed them, so here's a question about old bailiffs. Does the noble power they give apply to the specific rural tile they are in, and not the neighbors? No, just the one they're in. So, in general, kind of the heuristic I think of is if they would be at 0 proximity otherwise, I think it's generally worth it with the current bailiffs before next week to build bailiffs in a location if they have an RGO with base price 3+. Something like this as a heuristic. We really would like to upgrade a lot of these things to cities. It's just the lumber price that's kind of holding out on us. I think that maybe we do something like this, which is just the fastest way to decrease the lumber price, and I think that this probably isn't terrible to do. Just because you tend to, like, max out the lumber mills almost anyways. And so by doing this, we will get ourselves, once all these lumber mills finish, okay, we're going to need way more tools, but we also have all these bog iron smelters coming in too. So we'll kind of be okay. You're going to be okay. They were not, in fact, going to be okay. Alright, so, and then in here we'll put all the tools that auto-expand, I think. Oh, we can't, because this is a subject. Womp womp. Right, yeah, that is a subject. Okay. We could annex them, though. Vicula, thank you for the follow. Much nice. Regarding the regarding the trade-off for the local government, I mean that maybe with big enough trend towards decentralization, it would be more rewarding to skip them when you're playing tall compared to wide countries. I mean, I think that the break point at which they become useful is like you have to be playing really tall and small, and I think playing really tall in that way is just also just way worse as a consequence of the governorship. Like, but I suppose you're right. At a certain point, it's not adding a whole lot to you. Unfortunately, we do not roll what we would like, which is we want to support a mercantile cabinet, not support a clerical cabinet. Unfortunate. We are going to choose a burgher option because we cannot roll. My understanding is if you pick an option, you cannot roll it in the next parliament, but maybe you just actually can't roll the same 2 in a row no matter what, even if you pick it or not. But I think either way we would want this. So, the main reason we want this is that we want to be able to push innovative to 100. And this is going to help us to push it an additional 5 or 6 over the course of this parliament. Oh, we also need to add roads at a certain point. Wool nerf will be a buff to Egypt? Oh, hell yeah, it will. Egypt has a ton of cotton. Basically, like, this entire, like, global kind of southern area. Like, every place with cotton that has a lot of cotton, just huge buffs. So North Africa is a region as well as over here. It'll just be massive. Cotton will be huge next patch. Hello, Asa. How's it going? England will be fine. They have other good RGOs. England, well... I mean, I think it's proportionally a larger nerf for England than it is for Russia, but Russia was just like... Russia sucked and then kind of had England, or it kind of had wool, but like England has so much more wool in terms of density. England has other stuff, yeah, but like I still... Like, England's resources went from being like really kind of up tier to like... I mean, I think that you might even prefer wheat to wool at this point. So, like, I don't know. It's a little bit of a nerf to Castile as well. They have quite a bit of wool, and they have wool output bonuses. So these output bonuses aren't insane anymore, but they also have a lot of livestock. You might urbanize over wool a lot now, more than now. I'm not sure if you do. I have 1,000 hours. I'm not gonna let you be wrong for the streamer nightmare purposes. Wait, what? They hit a home run with the youths, though, for real. For real, though, on God. More underwater trades than Frat Bros' Robinhood account. Bro, I remember when some guy was trying to convince me to get on Robinhood. It was like, if he, like... It was like they were running some deal where he would get a free stock and I would get a free stock if I, like, signed up. And it's like, bro, I'm gonna sign up with all my, like, security information and all this just for, like, a $5 stock. Get out of here. Talking about food price could skyrocket in some area like West Africa. I guess next patch you cannot put your governor in North America. No, you can't. Tinto talks are not very clear on this. It seems that any place you have contiguous with a road or any place that is in a continent or an adjacent subcontinent was the rules. So continent, if you have your capital in Europe, anywhere in Europe, you can make the naval capital. In order to make the naval governorship, everywhere that for the regular governorship, it has to be contiguous by road, but you can cross over at Constantinople. Okay, so there's two types of governorships. It seems there's the land-based one, which it just needs a contiguous road to your capital. That is the requirement. So you have your capital in Europe and you have a road all the way over to China. Great. Which to me seems crazy, but for the naval one, it has to either be in your continent or in an adjacent subcontinent, by the sounds of it. Or this is subcontinent. So Western Europe is not adjacent to Anatolia, for example. It's adjacent to Eastern Europe and North Africa. So if you have an Italian one, you will not be able to make a naval capital over here. So awkward for the Med. But if you have your capital in Italy, you want to move it to North Africa anyways. And North Africa is adjacent to the Middle East, so you would be able to make one over here. I think it's going to be a little bit weird for the Med, and kind of intuitive everywhere else. What happened to your economy? Why are you so poor? Oh, because we did that. We were trying to show some idea. You know what's really cute with these guys? Oh, we don't have bribe the estate on them. They're not a big enough portion on the economy. When they do get big enough, the bribe the estate on them is basically free. It's very funny. If others have penalty from not having enough wool, the difference could be 25 to 35% efficiency difference. Yeah, but you need to produce plus 100% of the good. I mean, that might be how you still choose with England. It might not be worth it to import cotton, but for a lot of other people, it might be. Oh, we have to click the buttons and do the things. We do want capital economy. We don't care about actually passing this, although it would be kind of nice. We want outward, because we are trying to push it. Commercial mission and Holy Mission instead of the fort one. I don't think we want that. We don't care enough about that because we can push it with cab action. Will we ever see Italy? Please, not like this, chat. Governor is crazy good in Asia. Korea also already has super high control in this patch, and the next patch will be extremely, I felt like they had like a design vision where blobbing wasn't going to be good, and the governorship makes blobbing so much better. It depends on how much they nerf proximity, like, otherwise, and maybe if they just nerf bat it, like, hard enough. But what's the limit on governors? 1 to 4 for the land governors, 0 to 2 for the naval governors. Building a road to China is extremely expensive. Isn't that balanced enough? No. 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 You'll get so much more from the thing itself. Like, we would probably put a naval capital over here right now. Well, actually, we would have conquered stuff differently. We're getting a decent amount of proximity here. Like, this is 77%. That's actually probably fine. We wouldn't benefit that much from a governorship right now, except for up here would be where we would put it. And maybe to some extent in here. We also just would have made different choices, though. We would have been more aggressive about annexing all this stuff. Percent of chance of forming Italy this stream? Not like this. Russia with local governor can be super good then, especially with mandate if having and local governors. Probably another hour or two. Not like this with the current patterns. We're answering too much questions, not forming enough Italy. That's true. That's fair. Let's maybe calm down a little bit. To the person who was upset we were earning under 2K, are you happy now? Let's add some more explorations here. I hate that you have to click on the button perfectly, and clicking on the button's not good enough. Like, this weird shenanigans. Like, okay, we're gonna click on the button just in the middle of the button. How many players do you think just get completely... They try and explore and they just do this and then they just stop? You have to, like, click on the outside of the button, not on the text. Oh, we forgot. We're caring about this. Let's steal maps. I want to steal this map. Man, the UI for stealing maps is awful. I know what you're thinking. Just learn how to read a map, Generalist, and just know what's where. That's true. I'm just gonna pick something. Oh, I don't even know if we wanted to pass that, but okay. We can annex more guys now. Start on Bulgaria, that'll take forever. I think we kind of do want to annex Serbia, though. Wow, this guy will not help us. He will not assist us. Kosovo. Where's the Kosovo area? It looks like it's all Serbia to me. Oh, it's a province of Kosovo, got it. Ooh, let's get our big navy and head it over here. Actually, we might be able to just do something like this. Auto rebalance is gonna be so nice. What's crazy is I never noticed that about the explore button. How do you not notice that? That's nuts. You have to click on the side of the button on it. You thought that was frame loss lag that caused dead clicks? No. No, it's like, it's literally you have to click not on the text on the button. It's like how you click the button. So here, in the middle, nothing. You gotta click on the edge of the button. Like, the button just doesn't work right. Like, nobody complains. The thing is nobody on the forums complains about colonization, I feel like. And I feel like they generally, like, update or fix things specific, like, really with a high rate towards what people complain about on the forums. And, like, the squeaky wheel gets the grease type of thing, where, like, nobody's complaining about the slave centers, nobody's complaining about the plantations, no one's complaining about the colonization button being broken, and, like, I have hundreds of hours in the game and I have not explored or colonized once. I mean, it was kind of an important thing that happened during this time period. Read what map? You have to steal one first, big true. This guy's got jokes. Generalist rage raiding Kosovo viewers. He can't keep getting away with it. I honestly, like, was blinded. I was just seeing the Serbian area, and I was like, it's all Serbia to me. Name a better duo, though. I think more governors over time would make more sense if they buffed centralization more. They did buff centralization. Centralization's maybe worth taking a look into. Yeah, Europe a bit boring, but Asia on the other hand is completely broken, not fit current system now. Locations 500k pops, so skipping a lot of game content. Yeah, 100%. Like, the game is balanced around Europe. Pops just in general should be nerfed, but specifically, like, at the higher end. So I think what they should do is, like, the scaling on some of this stuff should maybe be a little bit different. The stuff that gives you percentage pops, percentage upgraded pops as higher tier, and then simultaneously the ratio of upper class pops should be more meaningful and impactful, and these two things in combination would nerf, like, Asia. I don't know exactly the way you do that, though, in terms of implementation, just, like, in the abstract. Alright, we hacked to take Kosovo. I wonder if subjugating them would be enough. Maybe. It's kind of weird subjugation, but okay. All of Kosovo is all of Serbia. I'll clip that for the Serbian viewers, not like this. Hashtag cancelled. I think more governors over time, yeah. That might be one of the worst sentences I've ever produced in recent memory. Womp womp. I don't like the government thing with the implementation. There's a lot more innovative things that could have been done. I admit it was kind of goofy that the optimal play was to demolish prestigious cities that were never going to be in your control range, but things could have been handled differently. I mean, like, it's just like... The thing is like, with two governors, the amount of control you can project with a governor, with 80%... It depends how much they're nerfing proximity, and they're not clear on how much they're nerfing proximity, so it's really hard to just, like, pay attention to the abstract. But with one capital and 6 governors, you can project and have, like, at least 60 control in basically all of Europe. Which seems kind of insane to me. And, like, one of the ideas was that they were supposed to, like, throttle blobbing because blobbing was not supposed to be good. Right now, blobbing is really good anyways. And we're just, like, constantly expanding. Like, the cost of expansion, like, you don't, like, inwardly, like, collapse or whatever, and so you should just expand as much as possible, and it's gonna get even better with, like, one of the yeah, I don't know. I want blobbing to be worse, like, from a design perspective, and it's gonna make blobbing so much better. Yeah. Are you still lurking on Reddit? Not as much, but here and there a little bit. I left colonial nations in EU4. I refer to colonize the New World in EU5. You feel that colonizing a lot and making colonial nations leads to too many markets? I feel like every single province ends up with a new market if you make colonial nations. No, I don't think it's too many. They have really terrible market access generally, because they don't have roads. It takes for them forever to get onto that. Ish. What is this about? Dude, there's no way this guy colonizes that much faster than us. He's not even putting any money in it. It's just all flipping his way? That's obnoxious. I don't want to feed him a colony. I mean, I guess that's... whatever. Just because he's colonizing there, he's automatically getting the stuff. Not that we're making bug tickets really that much anymore. It just, he has the same culture as us, so it's, whenever we're completing a location, it's going to him, it seems. Well, I guess not with, Kuabao. But he's, like, not paying any money. Why is he getting these locations? I guess that's like an edge case that there's like no solution for, because like it's literally, we both have the same primary culture. What are you supposed to do? I guess maybe just for the sake of completeness, I'll let it join Marion. That's really obnoxious though. I don't want it to do that. I doubt they will nerf proximity enough, since then the game will be insanely slow. It's fine for single player, but for multiplayer, sitting 500 years and scaling isn't really exciting. I mean, if... maybe they shouldn't have made the game 500 years, I don't know. There's so many broken buttons that need to be clicked for on the border for them to work. Yeah. My cabinet does exactly two things: integrate and assimilate, because blobbing is good. Oh, you're supposed to expand with subjects. No, no. We might feed Wallachia some of their cores here too. I doubt they will nerf proximity enough, since the game is insanely slow. It's fine for single player, but multiplayer... Oh, we already read that one. Would like to see centralization give some sort of urban RGO. That would be an interesting way of buffing centralization. Want to get the ticking war score and then maybe send the Navy over. Where's our Navy even? Where are you, dog? Too many changes coming to Opine. You could have huge rebellions, making blobbing more difficult. I mean... I don't think the rebellions are getting, like, way worse based on, like, looking at the changes. Maybe you get too much complacency. I don't know. Getting mega nerfed to the colonization speed because of the distance, and they are getting buffed to the speed by being adjacent. Sure, but they are not paying for the maintenance. So they're getting +0. And we're only getting 15% nerfed. We actually have enough modifiers that we're probably just overcoming that. But they don't have enough pops to colonize. What's the point of lieutenants and viceroyalities? 90% of the time it's better to keep one province to the market capital and give yourself the rest of the colonies while diverting trade. I mean, you could build them... Well, first of all, they give 50 potential promotions to nobles, which actually stimulates your economy a whole ton, and this is probably good enough in its own right. But secondly, if you have your capital in Suez, then you could build viceroyalities in Iberia, and if you have your capital in Iberia, you could build viceroyalities down here. So, like, in the more mid-range stuff, it makes sense. Also, I think it could make sense to directly own all your colonial land. I don't like that from a theme perspective, so I don't do it, but, like, with a lieutenancy or viceroyality, and a core, and a city, and a temple, you get up to, like, 70 to 80 control in a location. So you could just direct own it if you want. They should make governor building-based subjects. Yeah, this would be interesting. Number of pops required to finish colony won't be dynamically calculated. It'll only be calculated once. Yes. They should really improve the war system. It feels like downgrade after EU4, releasing vassals for him to make reconquests on his cores and get this war score discount on the whole war is pretty silly. Yeah, it might be. You might be onto something. Expanding with vassals has already been the preferred strat in EU4. 100% overextension was something you mitigated by vassal use, so I like it this way. Yeah, I think we need to start spending our Diplo a little bit more. Oh, this guy we wanted to annex. Well, he's only 2 locations. In theory, we actually want to annex the people who are more locations. And we wanted to actually get started on, like, working around this guy's tool stuff anyways. Change from pushing innovative, thank you. I'm so bad at remembering that. I think we were pushing outward, but we're only going to push it a little bit more. Sorry, we have to click the edge of the button, my bad. Hey Rengar, how's it going? It's better to own colonial land than to expand more easily, which is backwards. It's like kind of hard to tell because the colony will get a bunch more like dev modifiers, right, from colonial heritage, and they'll also like long as there's an event horizon past which the extra like pop growth and other stuff that colonial subjects get will make it more valuable. But then you're not owning that stuff directly, so. I'm not sure within the span of the game that it's enough to pay off for it. I feel like the more hours I get in the game, the worse I think it is. It takes around 100 hours to get a handle on the core system, so you don't even realize how many of them are broken in various ways. Yeah, this is kind of something in the pattern of like how people have perceived the game. I feel a little bit vindicated by my review of the game before release, which we're going to be rewatching that sometime soon here. That I said, like, people will have a ton of fun, and then after the first 100 to 200 hours, they'll start to notice that there's issues with, like, a lot of different systems. But I also think that, look, if you had fun in the first couple 100 hours, like, you didn't have a bad gaming experience, I think. You know what I mean? I will undoubtedly spend hundreds more in it, but not until another patch or two comes out. Yeah. Look, I think if you enjoyed 100 hours and then you're something about your future hours is kind of spoiled, I don't think the game deserves a bad review. You know what I mean? I think that that's kind of just a little silly. But, yeah. What do you think of rebalancing playing tall to be more pop growth oriented? That could be interesting. I don't know how you would do it. You would have... Like, I feel like control should be the mechanic. You know? That really kind of incentivizes you to play tall. And I think it's, like, kind of not. Should I just rage bait the chat by not forming Italy? In my IMO, colonial subjects are just bad, because the... are just bad to have during the Age of Revolutions, always in a war. Yeah, so the question is do you hit the point where it's better for the colony to own the land before the Age of Revolutions, and even if you hit it, do you get enough return such that it pays off for the fact that when you initially make the colony, it would have been better for you to own it? I don't know the answer to that question is yes. But, like, yeah, so with the Iberians specifically, it might not be worth it to have colonies, which is like wild and backward. I really don't like the building the viceroyalty and this type of stuff. Yeah. Prosperity, having a base push that decreases with location count, that would be an interesting way of doing it. They went the other way though, with making complacency give prosperity. So, like, the more you blob, the more complacency I think you'll get, and you'll just get more prosperity. So I think it's actually almost the inverse. That's a thought, though. I think I like it. Was wondering if you had spreadsheets for Vic 3? Absolutely. The original spreadsheets. The original Hide Your Kids. I think my latest Vic 3 video on my YouTube page has a link to the spreadsheet. I think. I'm pretty sure. It should. It was a spreadsheet video. I rarely give Paradox of games a bad review. Usually a good review, it's a great start, but needs a year or more to cook or something. Yeah. Yeah, they keep getting more locations and they don't have any, they're not sending anyone to the colonies. We're just funding it going to them. We could actually just keep Cubao ourselves for like a little bit of a base here. I think we're just gonna feed it to them and just be promptly annoyed that we're feeding the Marian colony when that's not what we want to be doing. We wanted to make our own colony to create a new colonial subject there. Because we want them to be using Dev Province. Yeah, that's just annoying. This game hasn't ruined my life, so I'll give it a bad review. There's not a logical reason prosperity should increase more with decentralization than centralization. It's antithetical. I mean, that's one of the reasons why going centralization is not very good, is because you have to give up all the prosperity stuff. Yeah. You already committed a moral hazard by swearing to form Italy? Should we form Italy? Hours spent in entertainment aren't exactly overlapped. they're not exactly overlapped, but like, is Paradox responsible for you spending hours you're not enjoying playing their game in terms of evaluating whether or not their game's weird? Like, that's... It seems like a little bit of pretzel logic being performed there. Are you still preformed Carthage chain into Italy? No. We went 2 Sicilies. 2 Sicilies is tier 2, and then Italy's gonna be tier 3, so we won't be able to form Carthage. Hours of distraction might be a better way to frame it. It's like my gambling addiction, but Paradox games, where I at least want the gamble to be good. At this point, I'm watching you purely out of loyalty to the channel. If you don't form Italy, I'm boycotting the rest of the run. What was it called? The Lieutenancy or something? All you had to do was make it available to 2 and without condition and no patch required, available to all. Yeah, such a color downgrade. It is a little bit of a color downgrade. I think we're going to form Italy, though. You think it's too hard to push low dev locations to have decent dev? Yeah, I think that maybe it's a bit too hard. It feels weird that you can have, like, an enormous bank and you can't spend that money to increase development in any way, and that there's no buildings... There's no buildings or levers you have to, like, really increase development. Also, like, to differentiate, like, different types of provinces from different tasks other than just urbanization. And maybe there should be more levers, but also maybe there's a point at which, like, you're like, okay, we're making this game too complicated from the perspective of managing locations, and we don't want that. And maybe you're starting to get into that territory. I think we added a whole bunch of lumber stuff, so we should have a decent collapse here, so we're actually just gonna go for all of our upgrades that we wanted to do. Everything gets to be a city. More pop growth, too. Because we have, like, unlimited money. No, wait, we don't want to upgrade that. Cancel, abort. No! No, we don't want to upgrade the town before we annex them. Alright, maybe it's okay. Not the biggest deal. Now this is a different market. I don't know if we have the same collapses. No, we have an even better one. So this will give us a lot more higher tier pops and also the ability to build up buildings for economies of scale and such, adding more higher tier pops, creating more demand for stuff. Hell yeah, brother. I'm not sure we have it fixed in the Constantinople market. We don't. This is kind of the best it's looked in a while, but I think we'll still hold off. Also encouraging outward is done. You are right. I'm not sure we can... Oh, we can encourage defensive. What do we roll here? Okay, fine. Fair enough. EU5 YouTubers want to be you, women want to be with you. I'm not sure... That's quite the take. I feel like the average EU5 YouTuber gets a lot more views. I think the average EU5 YouTuber also doesn't want to spend as many hours trying to figure out the game before making videos. You don't have to give up prosperity for centralization, just drop it 10 to 20 years to get 100 and then take it again. Yeah, but you have to give up some things. Like, the thing is like, in the aggregate, if you just pick all the good privileges and all this type of stuff, you will be net progressing towards decentralization. Serb has fallen. No, not Serb. What if using local governor cost a governor seat? The name checks out at least. A governor seat? You mean a cabinet seat? That'd maybe be good. Is it time to click the button, chat? Alright. Is it fair to say a video game is thousands times better than a movie you would watch once, yet pay more for per hour of return? No, but like, I think that... Look, I think if you had a blast the first 100 hours, and then it starts sucking after that, then like... Viewing it from the perspective of the gaming industry tricked you into getting the game, like, to me, just like... You know what I mean? Like, it just... I don't think it's... Yeah. It's not visible because there are things in the queue. Yeah. I know I could cancel it, but I can't cancel it while they're queuing stuff that I can't cancel. Playing tall and maxing out trad economy should also give 1% more pop growth. That's a lot of pop growth. Mamma mia. Papa Pia. Italia. Buongiorno. Just gonna take a quick look around for Italian stuff. Like that. We are not researching the theocracy stuff because we are planning on flipping Republic. Oh, do we have to wait until we go Republic? Because otherwise we're... I don't know if we break our ability to get the two Sicilies reformed by virtue of forming Italy, and this really kind of triggers me. That I don't know. Because in theory, otherwise we have to wait, or we won't get the unique reform. God, that's so insipid, if that's the way we need to do it. We're just going to assume that it's correct, but it might not be. Let's just hope that... let's play a little bit of hope chess. Road building time, I think, is not, like, worth researching. Great families of Italy... That's probably good enough to research. But that's, like, the entire point, is us... getting that. Or that's the entire point of the Naples run. You should wait to form Italy? Why is that? Other than baiting the chat. What are you doing over there? I can't believe you haven't formed an Italy. You made Nona cry for crying out loud. She's sitting all there, emotional, remembering the youth in Sicilia to make sure you get the tech. Content obfuscation. I don't know what you're talking about. To make sure you get the tech. Do we not get the government reform unless we stay Naples? Well, we're already not Naples, but I assume that it's available on two Sicilies as well. Considering the complexity of the game, it just goes to show learning the game is more fun than the actual content. The reviews have sort of followed the pattern as well. Yeah, I mean, I think figuring out new stuff is a lot of fun, and like, it's just a lot of stuff can be improved, like virtually every system. Baiting chat is a pretty good reason, yeah. No, but now I'm concerned. And so this is like one of the crux of the issues that I think people should maybe be a little bit more active and kind of complaining about, I guess. Is like I can't look up my content. I can't look up my ability to... There's a really good government reform. It's like one of the reasons to play Naples. It gives you 2 free government reform slots or 2 free cabinet actions. I forget which. For it, you have to be a republic. So we have to flip to being a republic while as Naples. Do we, by forming Italy, brick that? I don't know. I can't read the requirements in-game. I would have to go into the game files right now. Depends on is or was is the requirement. No idea where the advances fall. Well, it's not an advance. It's a DHE. I don't want to jump into the game files just to check. Maybe that's what we have to do, though, because we might not want to form Italy now. God. Looking for flavors, Napoli. Of course the folders are psychotically organized. What the hell? Oh my god. Is there actually just no organization of these folders? There's just like 10 that are labeled DHE? They're not even alphabetized. Oh my god. Oh, I don't even know if you can read that file. Didn't even unpause, already regrets forming Italy, basically. I mean, I think we could look up the... Oh, God. We just wanted to get that one governor form. We're just gonna have to look up the governor form instead of, like, having a save file where we actually have it if it doesn't work. You're looking for the Kingdom content of Naples at Game Start? It's not, we get to keep the country bonuses. We get to keep the Izor was playing as Naples stuff. The issue is that it's on a dynamic historical event. See here, we get to keep all the Naples stuff. So here's the Italian stuff that we picked up, and then all the Naples stuff. Here, you can kill the game of the task manager so you don't break the run. Well, we could just save we're not on or reload and autosave we're not on Iron Man. Really wish it was easily preview the content. You need content. You need to be Naples. You need to be actual Naples, not two Sicilies. It happens when you enter a civil war. I have to be actual Naples. Then it's already bricked. God, man. That's so stupid. We've had civil wars, fire, so I guess we just bricked it forever ago. No, it's already been bricked, so I guess we're fine. Time to reload and form Carthage. Yeah, Rome must burn. That's so disappointing. I think we could activate the event just in console command. Country exists, Naples, yeah. Also, what's going on at Elia? I mean, I ran into like, or like I was trying to do for a run on, what is it, for a run on England, I wanted to do Anglican, and hitting Anglican's really difficult. Okay, so we're gonna vassalize Cosimo. And then I think we're gonna take Southern Dalmatia, but we don't want to give away that location, so we'll take Hum and this as well. So this is kind of the peace deal we're looking for. We also have a subject that has partial provinces, and I'm not sure what we want to do about that. He has cores, though. Okay. I think we're into giving him the core, which is going to... This guy's going to be like, hey, I don't want to get isolated. So we'll do something like that, maybe, as the peace deal we're trying to enforce. You'd have to release and play as Naples. Not like this. They also seem to approve AI alliance building, as all of India allied against me wants an improvement. There's also unique privilege, apparently. Yeah. Scotland unique government reform seems cracked with wealth change, max rural control. Yeah, but that... My understanding is that goes away after you have 200 locations. So it's like a temporarily like uber cracked thing, which is like, it's one of the few things that is like scaled in that way. Alright, we will siege that pretty quick though. Also, the event can only fire from 1640 to 1650? What the hell is that, dude? I got a silver mine for Sweden. In Scandinavian allotment system allows Finland and Sweden. The event that triggers for the two Sicily happens between 1640 and 16... Jeez, what is... There are a lot of, like, DHEs that have extremely narrow requirements like that. They opened up Anglican to make Anglican easier to pip. Because of, like... I think because of direct feedback where it was like, yo... We want to be able to do this, and also we want to be able to see how to do this, and it's completely opaque, but... I guess maybe we're gonna... So the thing is, theocracy, I think, might just be better than republics, so... If we can't get that by forming a republic, which is... What someone told me we had to do was to form a republic to be able to do that, then maybe we just stay theocracy, because theocracy is just better. And if we're staying theocracy, how do we want to play this? Well, we would want to research all the theocracy tech that we've been skipping for forever. That reform isn't very good in that case? What do you mean? Isn't it give you 2 government reform slots? Or is it 2 cabinet actions? Seems like the event heavy taxation works for 2 Sicilies also. This sounds like something Generalists would say is an excuse to not form Italy right now. Why does Paradox refuse to let us encounter their content? I don't know. I think it's just like, I don't think it's like an intentional hiding of the content necessarily. I don't think that that's like the design vision. I think it's just like revealing it to you in the UI is not something that was ever a priority. Like Victoria 3 has journal entries. Journal entries are like basically exactly what I would like. Right, where it says, hey, if you trigger this, then this will happen. Console test? Yeah, I mean we could restart the game, console it, and do this thing. Is government size equals 2? What does that mean? Oh, you can't even form a kingdom then. I think that's what that means. I think it means you're still duchy. Or does Neapolitan start duchy? They start duchy? It gives you 2 cabinet actions, but you only get it in 1640. You can't tag switch, so it's probably not worth it. It's plus 2 cabinets. Yeah, plus 2 cabinets not as good in 1640. 1 gov reform and 2 cabinets. Yeah, so it's pure gravy. It's probably pretty solid. I guess at the point in the game, though, you get it's not as solid. So then evaluating it's a little weird. Because cabinet action, the value of a cabinet action goes down, I think, as the game goes on. Although they pick back up when you get the assimilate area type things. All the area interactions tend to be kind of strong. Serene Republic of Naples Gov Reform says gives 1 reform slot and 2 Gov size equals 2, so it's Gov Reform. Okay, gotcha. Why do they hate this? Just peace offer? Alright. Yeah, so we gotta take all the forts in the region. Alright, so I think we're gonna save. Because I would like to see what moving the Constantinople market down looks like. This is the test. Moving it to Smyrna. Relocate. Smyrna. Now, the Smyrna market. What does this do? Trebizond gets huge. But we have to wait for the month tick to like really kind of see. So I imagine... How bad is the Tarnovo access? Not horrible. So this is kind of what we were thinking, is that Constantinople might be better served by having like this type of market. Because naval propagation sucks for market access, right? A lot of the good locations are like kind of down here anyways, or like... It's not like this is just like an absolute god zone, right? And this is like kind of just as close to Smyrna as this other stuff. We look at population, there's like a lot of population in this scrum, and then there's a good chunk down here, right? So we move the market closer, I think, to overall more population. And then there's like this dead zone in here, and so I think it helps with the dead zone quite a lot. I think the dead zone still kind of looks a little dead though. Like, and maybe you want to mark it up here. Or Trebizond, like, more down here, or something like this. Trebizond market's really awkward. I think you just actually just want a small Trebizond market there, which makes it so, okay, maybe you want a market around here. Something like that. On the mountains, right here. I think that's where the other market goes. In Hagen. Because the market access ignores its own location's bad terrain. And so on the mountains here, it projects to the plateaus, and then it comes out here. I think we solved the Ottoman question. You go Hargan market. You move the Trebizond market over, maybe. Trebizond's still awkward, though. But, like, maybe over the beeswax. Hargan market. Market up here. Smyrna. Smyrna gets way better coverage on Greece. You don't have to build a Greek market, which I think you actively don't want. I think it's supposed to reflect an actual historical situation. That's probably why the range is Cyprus-specific. That's fair. I would like to be able to see it. And also, I think if you make everything hyper-specific, you're cutting players off from content, which is maybe fine, but, like... Players like content. There's a lot of rivers in Smyrna area. Yeah, I mean, I think that Smyrna is actually the proper place for the capital. For... You know what? It's probably inland from Smyrna, though. Just because of the new paradigm. It's probably a little bit inland from Smyrna. The thing is it's giving access to Greeks. But a little bit inland from Smyrna, because Smyrna can get 100% access with marketplaces and the like. I do think I really like this. We're going to give it one more month, though. To see, because I think you get, like, 2 ticks of update. Usually. We'll hold on to Constantinople, because it is integrated, and it does give us the sound tool, but... But now, I think a lot of this stuff in Greece is a lot better for us. Yeah, I think I do like this, because the Greek access was a lot worse before. And then Hargan, I think I like. Hargan will actually stretch decently up here. There's, like, rivers. Ooh, maybe that makes it so we want to... Who owns this-ish? The Dukalarids? Is this a subject of... Have to fight Egypt over that? It ignores its own tile? Yup. Market access is calculated based on the location you're going into. Control is calculated by the location you're exiting. Because it's calculated based on the location you're going into, it ignores its own tile. You aren't annexing anything? Okay. Yep. This is the way. So markets you actually want to put on, like, awful terrain. I think we might be grabbing Kosovo. Or, yeah, we are grabbing Kosovo, so a long-term annexation on this guy is probably fine. And we want to kind of annex the bigger guys of these. I guess this is one of the bigger guys now. Alright. Let's do this. And start going after some of these guys. I think we'll also lift the siege too. Oh, we can't, or we might be able to take this much war score versus worth of stuff. It's kind of a lot of antag too. Where the hell is their capital? Shouldn't this have a really low control? My kingdom to be able to take slaves again. God, why is it why is being Christian so bad? Alright, we're gonna come down and deal with the Polish army. Oh wait, looks like they black flagged themselves? I think transfer chair actually is also one we are interested in. So, this is way too much war score though. Well, I think if we want anything, it'll be Istria. So I guess we could come here. Siege that. The market access gets better with special market center buildings, though. What? The market access gets better with special buildings? Does that mean there's a thin line of mountains you want to put it on the mountains so it goes to both sides? Yes. I think if the market is slightly inland, half Greece would split. It's market preference. Yeah. No, I agree. That's like the thing with Smyrna specifically is like actually, I think for most places, if it's your capital market, you want it to like be uber huge, and if it's on the coast, that means you want to move it inland. But I think just kind of the nature of Greece is a little bit more biasing you in this direction. But I think that this is also way closer to Candia, so Candia doesn't have like apocalyptically bad access, which is otherwise an issue. Unless you make a Greek market, but I think the Greek market kind of sucks. I think this is the solution. Because land propagation is way better for market access. That means you don't want your market center on some sort of like outcrop here. And we still get decent access in Constantinople proper. Like, it's not awful. Can you release a screenshot of your keybinds? I'm having a hard time going through half the stuff you effortlessly flip through. Not only can we release a keybind, we could do you one better. We will be showing a spreadsheet on screen though. So if you have a small child, ask them to leave the room. If you are a small child, ask your parents to ask you to leave the room. And by small child, I mean, of course, anyone under the tender age of 38. Ask your parents to ask you to leave the room, please. Give you a moment. give you a real long moment because this is important. You should not be looking at spreadsheets if you are a small child. This is not good. Okay. So here is the spreadsheet we had made for this, if you want to make a screenshot of it. But someone else took our hotkey setup and they made this a lot more visually appealing. Can we zoom out a little bit? And so you could screenshot this. And they also have it sorted by keyboard layout if you wanted. And then they have their hotkey setup, which I don't... It has everything assigned. I don't know I like the groupings as much, but they also have that as well. But this is what we're using. We added Shift-E for Embark since this. We haven't updated the spreadsheet, though. So... Dubrovnik market never looks pretty, does it? Nope, 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 nope. Does not ever look nice. It is awful. Oh, I guess we want to control that ourselves, too. So what we want is that location, actually. Actually, I think we need both. We gotta release Hum as a subject, and then feed him not Dubrovnik, but the rest of Southern Dalmatia and Zeta over here. A little bit of an obnoxious one. What do you think about Tunis capital after the 1.1 changes? Well, first of all, Benzart, I think, is just better than Tunis, but it's the same idea. But what do we think of it after? So the thing is, you have to be connected by road. So, for these governorships. So that means you're going to actually have power in West Africa, and that's the goal, I think. But from Tunis, you can build a road to Ceuta. I think the capital is better in Ceuta. But I think that that's what you're looking at, and I think you're also looking at building a road to Maynooth and having one of those in Maynooth. And then it's just absolutely insane that you get all of this, like, with reasonably high control. Because you can put one in Niani, right? You can put Ceuta, Benzart, and then here. And then for your naval one, you can go, like, it has to be on the coast, so you can go Camaccio for one of your naval ones. It has to be adjacent to Maghreb. Balkans is adjacent to Maghreb, so you can put another one in Constantinople. And I think that's the play. And, like, that just seems so insane to me how much total proximity you can generate by doing this. Right? From, like, Guinea to the Pontic Steppe. Guinea, Sahel, Maghreb, Iberia, Italy, Balkans, Carpathia to some extent, Anatolia, Pontic Steppe, Crescent, Egypt, the Red Sea, the Sudan. Limited in the Sudan and Red Sea, but you get, like, all of this. And it's like, design principle, we want to avoid blobbing. Not, yeah. I don't know. I think I'm frustrated with the changes. I think I'm not gonna like them. But I guess we'll see. I really have to see it in conjunction with other changes, but something that made me enthusiastic about the game to begin with was that it seemed that they were going to make blobbing bad, and it just doesn't seem bad. Or that it's going to be, like, remotely close to bad. It looks like we got whacked a little bit. The army. Our army got shown the door. Hopefully this retreat's not too far away. Yeah, it's not. Doesn't trade range if it's on the coast versus inland? Yeah, but it's a little bit marginal. I think that you probably want more on the coast for other markets, but for your, like, the bigger a market you want, which I think you want your main market to be a little bit bigger, the more trade capacity you're just going to have there. Like, the amount of trade capacity we have in Naples is really high, so our profit per trade is relatively low. And so this means that a lot of our trades are, like, close to break even at the bottom end. And so having to spend a little bit more trade capacity and brick the ones on the bottom end is, like, less of a negative when the bottom end trades aren't very valuable. Malaria just sucks. Castile and OCB attacks them as soon as possible. Womp womp. My parents are dead. What should I do? Run. That's nonsense, Generalist. I've been looking at spreadsheets since I was 4. It's totally fine. You are not fine. You think you're fine, but you're not. It's like the inverse of the Katy Perry meme. I was thinking of moving Dubrovnik to the center of Zeta, by the river lake next to the Natty Harp, but now that you said about the mountain, I don't know. Yeah, Dubrovnik, where should it go? Is maybe, like, the question for all questions. Like, maybe it's right here. Just very sneaky right on top of the mountain. Like, in between kind of some of the stuff. I don't know, that's maybe a question we could try and figure out the answer to, though. I think we just want to dismiss that. We're not going to take a battleship leadership law for a while. Look at all these city upgrades coming in. Hell yeah, brother. What are we looking at on cores? Not that close, but it will be growing. We also have now, I think, complete area up here. We still don't have the complete area. Wow. Who's Candia a subject of? Oh, they're not a subject of anyone? I guess maybe next Parliament we go after Candia, subjugate them, annex them. So, yeah, 25 segment. But entering is free. So we can get this down like 20. So Smyrna we can get like plus 20 proximity. We can get like 60 something proximity there. That's pretty good. The market has masonry problems still. We could add some more clay near the market capital, or some more... This has got clay in the province, so I think we're just going to spam a little bit of masonry there in our subject here. As if the economy isn't nuts enough. Yeah, this is another thing, is they're speeding up the economy instead of slowing it down in general. I think with this upcoming patch, it depends though. Governors sound like they push naval even harder. Yeah, you need naval to get two of the additional governors. You need the 2 naval reforms, which require 50 navals. So, like, I think you just have to go naval now. I think it depends on player density in Eastern Europe a fair bit due to independence movements. Yeah, multiplayer starts to look like a different game. Maybe Johan wakes up tomorrow, makes it so that owning more than one province gives -1 monthly stat. It's all roulette. He's not going to do that. Guys, did he form Italy? No. He formed fake Italy, the bishopric of Italy. As Maja Pide, should I move my capital by trade center or keep them disjointed? I think your capital doesn't start out on the location that has the free exodus to the naval spot. I can't remember exactly where the capital is, but having them offset's not like the worst thing. Offsetting's fine. You meant market attraction is influenced by the building. Yeah. I figured out what you meant eventually. Where we have entry pot research, right? Yeah. So 1.1 Bayless will only provide control to the location where they're built, no benefit to neighboring locations. That is correct. Wow, the flag is really not Italy. That's because we're the bishopric. The king bishopric. Maybe we still go Republic. I think it's better for us to... I think we can conclude the poll we have going. Kind of got some feedback on that. And stay theocracy or go republic. We're not going monarchy. Did you just call an entry pot an entry pot? You mean an entry pot? Some guy sent this guy to linguistics school. He's got to learn himself something. That seems like an interesting choice. Can you become a step horde, please? Not like this. Oh, it doesn't even give us the event to feed it to them. God, so stupid. It just, like, actually gives them the entire colony, even though we were the one who funded it all. It's not exactly what we wanted. It's not the worst, though. We can feed them the location in a bit. We could also just keep the singular location. It's not the worst. I don't think... Can we move their capital? I don't think we can move their market capital away from them. We could make one and then destroy theirs, and then we would own a market capital, which is reasonable. We would have to figure out a way to get enough pops here. Which we could do through slavery. Trying to get some trade capacity here. Let's just cancel all the trades that are for profit and move slaves. Now, the issue with the Fez slaves is that they will be Christian, so we need slaves from Niani. Can we just send Castile to do our dirty work? I wonder if that works. Capital is on the other side of the river. Trade center is wood wetland with 60% harbor. Choices, bro. Yeah. Let's maybe help you out with your problem. Whoa. That's the biggest Punjab I've ever seen. Okay. So you need this segment to equal 1. To do that, you need to move onto one of the natural harbors. So I'm pretty sure you want to move the capital here, right? Guess you could move it here. I think they're exiting to the same location. You could also make some argument for moving it over here. I think that argument's actually fine, because I think that you could eventually project control to Australia, and Australia will develop as land much better, because it's not all jungly and stuff, than over here. So, I would say probably capital... Oh, this is on this side here. So that's actually a pretty big commitment, whether you're going here or here. But I think it's one of the two. I think the capital, the trade capital, Goa's kind of annoying. I think you actually want to move it away a little bit so that you can actually feed these provinces migration, as well as you can feed Australia migration, which is kind of cute until a new market appears there. But I do think you actually want to move this market inland a little bit, so that it provides better access to the rest of the market. Because it's doing the most of the market access via land. Well, actually, it looks like it cares a lot about this segment. So this might even be the best location for the market, the wetlands here. Just kind of being in the middle of Java and also being in such a spot that these locations can get 100 market access, right? And to top it all off, you're on top of a wetlands, which is otherwise rough terrain. I guess maybe this location also makes some sense, something like this. But here you get to have it on the coast as well, so I kind of like it there. Pretty sure harbor capacity doesn't matter for trade capacity. Maybe it does. If it matters... If harbor capacity matters for trade capacity then yeah, just keeping the capital there is probably fine. Your mama has the biggest Punjab? Yeah. They do be like that sometimes. Okay, so I gotta move the capital no matter what. Yeah, you don't want to leave the capital there. You want to be entering a sea zone for free. When are we getting a map of the arrangement of the best markets globally? Unfortunately, this depends on what age you're in. I'm sorry. You, in theory, earlier on want fewer markets, and later on want more markets. Also depends where your capital, or soon-to-be capitals are. Because I think you want bigger markets for your capitals. Something you really want to avoid, like the apocalypse, though, is inland markets. Inland markets are really bad. They use so much trade capacity for trade. You really don't want capital. You really want markets to be able to get to the coast. Which sometimes it's just like a concession and you just have to deal with it, but like, it's not ideal. Wow, Praha, look at them getting to the coast. Ugh. How much access is there even up here? Actually, more than I thought. What about a modifier similar to overextension? Well, the thing is like, I consider what we're doing blobbing. Everything's cored. I think the coring mechanics would have to change. I think that I do not like the change where they made it, if a subject has a core and you integrate them, you get a core as well. I think that was, I think I don't like that change. Because now it used to be an interesting minigame that you would play with culture, and like culture capacity mattered and like this type of stuff, and now you just don't care. You're just like, okay, it doesn't matter. As Majapahit, you should move the capital to Beijing. Yeah, this might be the real answer. Move to China. Except you lose out. You actually lose out on the 0.5. You have a regional tech that's pretty nice. The 0.05 or the 0.5 reduced harbor cost or whatever. Fat Bohemia, basically. I don't know if the game lets you destroy the final market. We could improve cultural opinion with them. I'm stupid. I don't know why I clicked that. The entire idea actually behind us allying them was to break their alliance with Aragon, and we forgot. Well, I know why I did it. I did it because I forgot why we were accumulating that in the first place. I was just like, ooh, button. And then I clicked it like some brain dead. Oh no. Not like this. It's gonna be a nice tech, expecting a bunch of RGOs to pop up in the coming months. I think the AI decides like once every 6 months how it's gonna spend money, so won't necessarily get it on the month tick. $1,600 gold to make this guy. I think that's okay because military is the most important thing. Magua finishes with 1 additional location there. I think we're going to keep it as part of Italy and eventually move the market over there. And then get less taxes for commoners for a few years is not that bad. Probably is worth it. Didn't they change the thing with subject cores? No, they didn't. People want us to go Republic. Alright, fair, fair. The minigame with culture is lame because most cases when you want to add culture, it would be, it would put you over the cap, always forcing players to find alternatives. No, I mean there's a lot you can do with this. I'm just saying, where it's not putting you over the cap. But the important, or like learning how to do any of this is irrelevant because you expand via subjects anyways. Why aren't we deficit spending? This ain't Victoria 3, bro. You stepped into the wrong lobby. This is it's our high score. I think that cuts off that, so they don't like it. So this has got to be the minimum peace deal that we were interested in doing. It's kind of expensive, all this stuff, because we haven't occupied it, so let's get down there and occupy it. Jesus Christ, France is like on a rampage. That's gonna be fun, though. Castile, ew. We haven't set up a lot of the, like, what we want rural here stuff too much. I think that, yeah, all this is kind of expensive. How much? What's our food sitch? Yeah, so what we need to do is we need to set up what bread baskets we want as bread baskets, like the faithful Este province. And then once that's set up and they're working towards getting food, then we will be able to evaluate what exactly we want to do. Ferrara is actually a decent bread basket location, unfortunately, because it's got so many pops in it. Are we getting proximity through that location? We are. So we're thinking of if we want prox cost reduction. The tension is prox cost reduction from the Poundlock Canal versus making something a breadbasket. So Parma actually, maybe we'd be better as a breadbasket, but this is a lot of pops to like put in a breadbasket location. We kind of want to not do that for really high food places. We could breadbasket this because it gets irrigation, but it's not an 8 food thing. I think we're kind of okay breadbasketing that. So let's come here, let's go market village, farming village, put the farming village on auto expand. I think both of these are decent for breadbasket locations for the market. You go to the RGO builder and shift click the button that just expands the most profitable RGO. I could. We already have the RGO on auto expand. But you know, maybe that's kind of fine. We don't want to do it in every market, but I'm pretty sure we have a price collapse here. We do. Would not be insane here. Darkest just wants to see the buttons clicked. I can respect it. We do have a price collapse here, so we can do it here. It's really not going to do a whole lot, though, because it's auto-expanding anyways, so... Have you seen the new exploit of gaining cores on Reddit? You can core full cultures by using cultural rebels. Oh, I think I have not seen this. We really don't have... But we have a harbor there. I mean, I guess it's showing us the skull and we should pay closer attention. Alright, fair. We might have to split up the army. I think we have to split it up. Alright. Nope, you're going here. Going to Dubrovnik. Can I link it or a bot will whack me? You can try. Nobody will ban you for it. This is the current patch or older? It is the current patch. Bro's talking about the importance of price collapse when he has 140 ducats, and after clicking the button, dropped to 135k. You're like Bezos demanding that workers piss in bottles. I mean, I don't keep my piss bottle on the ready for nothing, my guy. Let's maybe take a quick look at this. Sorry, chat. I apologize very profusely to everyone who came here for a fast-paced gaming experience. We're about to read a little bit. Reddit, no less. I should have maybe given a trigger warning. Could exploit cultural rebels to create the best vassal type secessionists. When national cultural rebels, or how you want to call join another nation of the same culture, they spawn by becoming that nation's subject, and their subject type is secessionist, and you end up in war. The rebels will and you end up in a war against your rebels, the nation they will want to join. Conquer every nation of that culture and just leave one province surrounded by your land so that no other nation can conquer them and wait for the rebels to rebel. Conquer every nation of that culture And just leave one province surrounded by your land. Okay, so conquer the Ottomans, leave them with one location, and conquer the rest of Anatolia, for example. After they rebel, they will gain cores on all their lands. And now in the peace deal, instead of annexing the revolter, just take the province of the nation they want to join. And now the rebels are your subjects with fully cored lands. Give them province you just took so they can integrate it. Yeah, but you could just give them land and they integrated it anyways. With subjects, you just give them land and they integrate it. And here are the buffs from the secessionist subject type that make it broken. Pays you 20% of the income, same as Vassal fiefdoms. Gives you monthly prestige. Different strength impact. After a month tick, they lose -200 opinion and gain +200. You don't need to wait 10 years to start annexing 50 loyal overlord, and the annexation speed is faster. No, this is cute. That makes sense. It's maybe a little bit too cute for me to want to do, but yeah, this seems better. Setting it up seems like maybe a little bit annoying sometimes. Like, you're not going to do this 100% of the time. But yeah, it just seems better. Mainly because of this. This is really... You buried the lead here. Your point shouldn't have been cores. Your point should have been 5 times annexation speed. Because you get cores with just regular subjects. Right? Clever girl. Yeah. It's annoying to split up provinces among culture lines. Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of clicking. I'm also, while you're setting it up, you're losing out on subjects deving, but you're also annexing way faster. The thing is like, right now, for example, we're not throttled by annexation speed. We're actually not really wanting to annex people faster, because we want the dev and we don't have that high control there anyways. But there's definitely times where you are going to have annexation speed issues. So, and it's way faster, so yeah, you can get cores over way farther land. It's just you can't make the land that useful to you, but maybe you don't care, because you core stuff, conquer all of Europe type of attitude. Is there a link on Twitch? Oh yeah, we'll link it. There was a link on Twitch. We'll link it to the YouTube. Or we'll link it to both. Yeah, I think your analysis is correct. What's the general opinion? You can't release castles or your cores change? I think it's kind of silly, but I don't have that strong opinion. Like, usually you don't want to release vassals that have cores, but like it seemed like they wanted you to use like a feudal structure from a design perspective, and now they're going back on that, and they're used to not want you to blob, and now like the regional capitals are gonna make you like uber blob lord. Like, it depends how much they're nerfing proximity, I guess. I don't know. I think that their like attitude has changed or something quite a bit. I like the idea where like more of the minigame is less around taking a bunch of land and more around internal development, and it seems like it's moving in the direction like that I'm less interested in. And that's maybe an example of that, but also, generally speaking, I think if you have something cored, you generally don't want to release it to a subject anyways, so I don't think it's that big a deal. You can tell internally they think that the strategy is effective, because, like, I've noticed repeatedly when we see screenshots of their multiplayer game that we see subjects released from core territory. Like, the screenshot that they showed had Galicia released, which I don't even think is correct. I think you would want to release, like, 3 subjects instead of just the 1. But you can tell that they're using the strategy internally of releasing it, so they might have just decided that it's too strong. In, like, a comment... Johan had said that it's better to release stuff that is under 50% control as a subject. I don't think this is the case, but if that's how they feel about it internally, that seems to be an adjustment to that. I think that it's not that valuable to you right now, but the whole project of like integrating and coring, like you don't want to get too tripped up over yourself, and so just keeping it cored is probably good. Don't worry, tomorrow Johan will release another talk where he decides actually you can only release vassals from land you have a core on. Only on integrated land. Vassal only being able to release the land on integrated vassal on integrated land actually would maybe make some sense. That would dramatically slow down expansion. Like right now we're like super casual expanding. I feel like it's before 1500 and we're already kind of big. Or I think that this is big. Like we're not big like in the absolute sense of what you can do in the game, but like I feel like we're big relative, like from a simulation perspective. We've taken a lot of clay. And it's like all cored, we're perfectly stable, everything's going fine, we're chilling. We're just sipping mojitos. Two, we're double fisting them because we have a high tolerance because we're so big, you know what I mean? And like all of this is all gravy as well. Like we have a ton of proximity on everything. Boy, do we have a ton on Smyrna. Shout out. The maximum control's dipping. Alright, that makes sense. We're fine with that. I think that should be the case. I just don't like the idea of taking away options from the player. Yeah, I mean, I think that... I think it's an adjustment to a perceived metagame that I don't even think is optimal. Is kind of what I'm saying. And to me, it didn't really seem abusive. It just seemed a little... I think it's weird to give away your territory. Yeah, so to the extent... Maybe there's something there. It's weird as a play pattern. And it being weird is maybe the like biggest motivation to do it. To change it. And if that's the idea, then like I think I'd actually maybe agree with it. Do we not have Dardanelles? We do not. Playmaker was in the chat the other day just shaming me for not using my capacity. Do we have to get these bad boys repaired up though? I wish there was a gets repaired faster modifier. Would we rather have this guy as the successor or this guy? Admin's the best stat, but this guy's got other stuff. Well, I think this is a bad trait, right? Yeah. How do you get so much money by this age? I feel like we answer this question a lot. There's a lot of things going on here. We don't have to pay cost of court slider, whereas most people would be paying this much for the slider, and having it capped as 100 because we're a theocracy. That's a big portion of it. Although we're full on dip spending, which is not necessarily something we'd have to do. We're spending because we're rich. We've also gone pretty far out of our way to create demand in our markets by forcing a lot of upper tier pops. And so if we look at like demand, you can see that there's like a lot of demand for fine cloth, a lot of demand for books. Although to be fair, a lot of this is exports. And as you create a lot of demand, you create a lot of opportunities for profitable buildings. So we just have a lot of really profitable buildings in general. If we sort by quantity of buildings, right? No, that's all markets. So you can see we have a pretty solid amount of buildings. We have thousands of buildings, right? And then we have pretty good proximity at a bunch of locations because we have pushed maritime and like all the modifiers we possibly can for helping out with this, and built a lot of infrastructure in a lot of places. Do you think if EU5 comes out, it'll have a pop system? Yes. But it'll be way oversimplified. Ruler traits affect anything when they're not the ruler? No, but the thing I was thinking about was, do we want to put this guy in charge of a navy? Because as all theocracies naturally do, we have an admiral election. And so if we made him, if we put him in charge of a navy, he probably would become the heir ahead of this guy. And I was just thinking, do we want to do that? And then I decided no. Yeah. Let's actually look at roads, because I think we haven't done kind of a glance over some of this stuff in a hot minute. No, because it's a straight fare. We're not building these roads for infrastructure reasons, we're building them for development reasons. The level 1 road will give development. Although this place lacks a road, how are you getting your proximity from here? Okay. I think all the road stuff's gonna be really expensive in here. So we maybe don't want it. Just getting them to have a road. So we don't forget. We might forget, is the issue. Although, next patch you're not going to be able to spam like that. I don't like that you lose development unless you have a contiguous road to the capital. You're going to lose out on 20% development. I don't like that change as well. I know what you're saying, but I guess you get the best integrated status on the land. The normal rules for core have above 50% culture, but annexing the land and bypassing the normal rule with vassal annexation feels odd to me. Feels odd to me too. I don't like it. I think it invalidates the system. How cheap are the road inputs here? I'm guessing they're expensive for us right now, because the cities that are building, they are. But those cities will complete, and the prices will come down somewhat soon. Look at Bohemia, doing good. Classic. Did we reload somewhere? When did this reset? This is what we want. We might not be able to get that though. It's gonna get a lot cheaper when we grab this stuff. Looks like they will not do our dirty work for us, by the way. Because, Rick Rents, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Paradox should probably pay you something to make advanced tutorials. 90% of the stuff I've learned about the game comes from videos. The tutorials are next to useless. I blame the guy who wrote the outline for the tutorial. Unbelievable. Terrible. Thank you for the response. I had thought about creating demand. Yeah, it's important. So, us caring a lot about burger promotions and pop promotions in general, and like spirituals promotions is valuable. Paradox actually did pay Generalist to make the tutorials. Yes, I did write the outlines for the official tutorials. But considering like the eco outline was like 27 pages, I think that they cut a lot of stuff. Doing a Milan run in a formed kingdom, but now have a problem. You can even look at the description of the tutorial, and they give me a credit for it, which was in my contract. Doing Milan run and have formed a kingdom, and now have a problem. The ruler's female, and I can't seem to marry courtier or cousins of the same dynasty. Any advice to preserve the name? There's no like matrilineal marriage is the issue, right? I'm not I think you might be hosed. Apologies, friend. I think you might have some issues. Any plans to come back to Vic 3? It's similar player counts to EU5. Yeah, there are. I want to do an EIC campaign, I think. Or US? I'm not sure which. Goal is just to have fun rather than do anything too crazy, but I do want to have some benefits from being plantation oriented. I thought about doing like a big ass spreadsheet thing, because one thing that I was going to do for Vic 3, or like there's like one idea that I wanted to kind of explore that I never did, which was like input efficiency of economies. But that would involve simulating your economy with multiple, like a lot of multiple buildings, rather than just like some sort of aggregated economy. But, yeah. So different things can push you into being oriented around certain economies, right? Like, your SOL being higher orients you more towards the higher SOL economies, and so you can look at it's forcing stimulus into certain industries, and you will have a price equilibrium that is constant based on the inputs of the or the efficiency of the various industries, but the overall composition of your economy in terms of percentages of buildings that are in certain industries will be affected by the stimulus or the input demands that are caused by factors such as SOL, where you will be pushed more towards these higher SOL tier goods. And so the question is what are some of the like things that push you towards certain input efficiencies, and how big an impact do they make? This type of thing. Kenshin, thank you for the follow, much appreciated. But like also, like I did a Vic 3. Every time I do a Vic 3 video now, I get way less views than if I do EU5. Despite the player counts being constant. So, I think my audience has shifted a little bit away from... I anticipate when I do something Vic 3, I will get less views than EU5. But maybe I'm mistaken. Wait, didn't you make the outline for the tutorial? I did. That's why I was making fun of the guy who made the outline for the tutorial. That was it was an intentional one. How damaged are these still? Are we just not damaged now? Let's get them repaired. I know we moved them out to siege better, but income from colonial subjects plus 30%. Oh, that's another thing. We want to kind of peel off of these guys, slow down their economy. Where's the one? Divert trait. So they lose a lot of their trade capacity there. Well, we maybe could be a little bit more precise with that. like the sequencing. So whichever one finishes first is probably making a market. We probably care, but I don't think we care too much. We explored this. We're exploring that. Never mind. Just kidding. I think that's where the... yeah. It's actually hilarious that the guy wrote the outlines for the PDX tutorial but knows nothing about the games. Womp womp. The tutorials are good for understanding game concepts, but we only get the under the hood spreadsheet analysis here. Yeah, I had a lot of like asides like in the outline, which is like, you probably don't include this, but he pays me in piss jugs. Just do back down run through with the current mechanics. A basic run through. I've thought about that. I want to get a little bit better at the game before I do that, but I'm approaching 2,000 hours, so lots of people haven't played a long time. Yeah, and the game has changed so much. Also, Joe Pro, you'll be excited to know that Joe Pro's like one of the longest subscribers. I got the resub sound to actually have an alert sound. I fixed it. It's a loud car. You're actually getting paid for that? For doing the outlines? I mean, I think my delivery was over 40,000 words of copies, so like, if you want a 40,000 word outline from me, I'm not going to just give it to you. But that's also why I had, like an extra month or two of access relative to the other content creators. But I'm sorry, I had to stop my sub. Oh no, you're fine. You're fine. Layoffs are not great. You're totally good. You were like the longest sub for like forever. I appreciate the support. Definitely okay. I like on some level, like I think that like I wish that I like my level of appreciation for like people's support, I think should be proportionate to how much that support like means to them, and I actually have no means by which I can know whether or not someone's donating like 0.1% of their income or 1% of their income or whatever, you know what I mean? And like even if it's nominally less, like I think that in theory I should be more appreciative. And so the fact that like yeah, you totally do, it's completely good. You're good. You like support the channel like a lot. Also early on when I wasn't even streaming a lot, and etc. Most Vic 3 players don't know how to play Vic 3. Yeah. There are people out there who know how to play Vic 3. I kind of know. I'm a little washed though. I think I still have a kind of a good nose for the game. I just don't know the actual stuff as well from more recent things. Merchant quarter buildings. So the thing is with the way we'll look at it now is we're going to look at tax base, and we're going to look at, is this a tax base a place that has not 100% market access? And if it doesn't have 100% market access, we'll look to add markets. So here we can add up to 9 marketplaces, and here more than 9. So and by marketplaces I mean the upgraded version of the building. Although like per ducat the building's kind of expensive. But so that's a little bit too much. Or actually I think that's upgrading, so that's not too much. What's going on with this? The max level scaling of this building isn't higher now? When did they change this? Max 11, and then this is max... We're just under 11. This is max just under 11 too. What the... Maybe we just need to build one of these? These don't increase the max level then? Well, then merchant quarters are kind of a lot worse than we thought, because like per ducat, this tech is probably actually bad then in some such like instances, because it gives more trade advantage and capacity, but it's also 4 times the cost of the building, and it gives 50% more. It doesn't give more market access. It gives a little bit more burger promotions, but if it doesn't increase the max level, increasing the max level was like a big portion of like the value in terms of the scaling, because it used to. Here we can show what we mean. So the higher tier buildings here, yeah, the max building level is 25, and that's because we're getting 10.6 from development, and you get more from development when you're from a later age building. So this one only gets +4 from development, and so the workshops get more max level than this. So max level 13, max level 25, right? Max level 13, max level 25. But if this is, maybe the building just has to complete and it's just like a fiddly weirdness, but this is not getting more max level, which means it's not going to end up allowing us to have more market access. So you are getting, like, per ducat, this is less efficient for getting market access, right, than the marketplace. And if this doesn't increase max level, and what you care about is a lot is the market access, researching this is probably actively bad. Hey, Cheese Profit and Tavino, thank you for the subs. Much appreciated, my guy. Oh, you gifted it to Joe Pro. Aw. Thank you. Much appreciated. Thank you, guys. Yeah. You're actually gonna make me cry IRL? Yeah, Joe Pro, I think, has had the longest contiguous sub for out of anyone. Thank you, guys. A very sweet moment. Calling it sweet somehow, like, feels like a cheapening, but it is a very sweet moment. I don't, yeah. I should be better at articulating that somehow. Let's catch up. We're a little bit behind. As simple as the economy is in the EU5, I don't think it's complex. It has a lot of moving parts, but it has a lot of like dead stops. So like there's so many mechanics going on, but then like cost of court just deletes money, and it doesn't like loop through or feed it in. So a lot of stuff is just isolated and not like latched on to something else. Like in Vic 3, like everything you do affects a ton of other stuff. And so that's what makes Vic 3 like really interesting. But in EU5 there's a lot of like terminating like portions of the economy. Specifically, sliders just kill stuff, so you can't like stimulate through spending in the same way you can in Vic 3. Happy Chav, thank you. Happy Chef? Thank you for the Prime sub. Much appreciated, my guy. Which capital would you recommend for Persia? I don't even... Oh, you're not gonna like the answer. The answer is like over here, like in Baghdad or something, which is like not really in Persia, right? Rock and Roll Jew, thank you for the 100 bits. Much appreciated. Keep the train rolling. Oh, we have a hype train? Big hype. Big nice. Except I have mixed feelings on hype trains. I think they're mildly exploitative. Because they... Thank you. Much appreciated. I think they're designed to get people to spend more money than they otherwise would by using, like, FOMO. But, like... As a practice, I like... Well... We've gotten into that several times. I have mixed feelings on the hype train itself, but I do appreciate the support. especially with like a lot of like younger people on the platform, I think that like it targets the younger people, I feel, because they want to be part of like something bigger in that type of way, especially like the uber big hype trains. It's like having stuff cost like $4.99 instead of $5. Like the entire point is it makes people spend more than they otherwise would. But maybe nudges in that direction are okay. I don't know. I think that this is one of the full ones, so yeah, we will form a no colonial subject here. And I think this guy's pretty close to the other thing, so we're going to divert trade from him as well. Not that I think he has much trade capacity. These guys don't have too much yet, but when they get there. Yeah, but right now I think you want the Persia capital coastal, which is like an unsatisfying answer. You care about the not being on the desert, right? So if you wanted like an inland capital, it would maybe be somewhere where you can, maybe this farmlands location where you can make use of the lakes. And you're past like these mountains, so you're going to be kind of good at projecting into this area, especially with the help of the lakes, because you will be able to come into this location just normally. It looks like it's not lake adjacent, but then the lakes will bring you to the hills rather than the hills, and then the plateau, you kind of get something going here. But just being on the coast and being focused on the coast would be like better, and I think that there's just more valuable stuff over here. Just generally, I think it's better location. When enforcing demand on war, do you need to take over market if you're already taking the location already? No, you don't. You just take it over automatically. The fact that taking the location is almost always cheaper than taking over a market is like a little bit of silliness. But if you take over a market, it will move it to one of your locations. So sometimes you use that interaction. If you don't want to take a location, take over market also does give it antagonism. Damn, that actually feels bad. Sorry, Joe Pro. I didn't, I was a little behind when I was informing you about the resub sound thing. I hadn't gotten to the later part of your message. Is it better to make a few big colonial nations or smaller ones? I think it's better to make smaller ones. They're more efficient per cabinet action. The value of the big ones, though, is that they don't take as much diplo cap per province. Because there's a floor, right? 0.08. And for each of these, you've got to pay that diplo cap. So, but outside of that, they're more cabinet efficient, and they'll use dep province and stuff. So I kind of just like, I like making them in the high value areas and then letting them expand themselves a little bit. If that makes sense as like an overall strategy. We also know that we want to make a colony in that location in here that will then make their own market. I almost want to keep this for an explorer to explore. But I'm not sure we have an available explorer. We do. So that'll be a little bit faster. I think in theory, the real big value of the explorers is pushing like around the Cape. I thought the tutorials were good, but there's only so much you can learn in like 40 minutes in an economy game with like 40 minutes or so. Yeah. Did you get paid per word? I got paid like that. There was an expectation that I would be about a certain number of words. I got paid with the expectation that it would be around 8,000 words an outline, which I went over that amount for the final script. And then, like, I can't talk about it in too great a detail because NDA stuff. You can say that I did it. I think I can't talk about what other people did as much, or I shouldn't. The NDA is very vaguely worded, which I didn't like that. The script for the videos, I think I was supposed to write an outline for videos that were going to be around 8,000 words. most of my outlines ended up being over 8,000 words and were written in such a way that they were like basically a first draft of an entire script rather than just like an outline. And that's what I did. I stopped playing Vic 3 after half an hour when I saw what the combat looked like. Yeah, that's generally kind of, I think the biggest thing for like most people is the combat, which like if they hate the combat, they just like don't play the game at all, and you have to like be a person who either doesn't mind the combat or likes it. I like the design principle behind it, but I think there's maybe some issues. We're gonna send this as far south as we can, and then let it repair up. Hey, Ernie. I think feudal monarchies should be a unique government reform that allows you to create fiefdoms, and I think fiefdoms should have their own rulers, but it'd be hard to get land from fiefdoms if you stay feudal. That's an idea. Hard to tell since you have sub badges or anything set up, but I have no reason to doubt. Oh, regarding the length, subscription length. Yeah, I should probably set up sub badges a little bit better on Twitch. I think like there's some color coding that's like automatic on YouTube, and I just use the automatic color coding. That guy's annexing quick. Should the cost of court go to noble surplus? I mean, I kind of think that cost of court should be... So, I would want the economy to be more grounded. If it were to be more grounded, I would want cost of court to buy goods. Currently, if it does that, that will stimulate the economy to the absolute moon. So I don't want that right now. I want the economy to be slowed down so that the economy can be grounded. Because then, if the cost of court buys goods, I would be in favor of that. I also think that the cost of court that you spend should maybe give you cabinet mana. And your cabinet slots and like this type of stuff should maybe scale with your cost of court cost in some way. And that doing it in that way would remove this metagame where you are incentivized to just make 1 billion subjects all the time. Because this gets you more cabinet actions. But if cabinet actions were determined by cost of court, just the nominal amount paid, making a whole bunch of subjects wouldn't make sense anymore. I also think that the subjects shouldn't get way faster to annex when they're smaller, because this also incentivizes the same pattern. I think it's weird to have a bunch of tiny little subjects, and it probably leads to more clicking overall, like just having to manage more stuff, so... Being primarily on YouTube, you really don't generate that kind of response. I think the highest I've ever been involved in was like level 34 thereabouts. Streamer said they'd end once train finished, and they kept edging it for like an hour. Yeah, I mean, the streamer's definitely incentivized to just keep going. I think our hype train's over. Well, the hype chests are on the way. It's still going. Wait. Is it still going? You earned a hype chest. Open to see your reward. I get a hype chest on my own hype train? That's crazy, bro. And chill girl emote, I can share it with the chat. Choo choo. Okay. But yeah, like if it actually really annoys me that YouTube requires that I end with 99 cents on how much I charge for a membership. Because I would charge a round number, because I want people to spend as much as... Like, I don't... The 99 cent thing is, like, 100% just manipulative to consumers. And it's like, it's not ambiguous. It's to get people to spend more than they otherwise would. And it's not that I don't want people to support me. I want them to support me exactly as much as they want to. You know? Quick, ask him about the marshes of Iraq. There are a bunch of marshes. Wetlands is nice. Wetlands gets you iron. Iron is like one of the big throttles in the game. So, and it's like you really don't have a lot of it in some areas of the world. Persia has a kind of a nice amount of it. Shaf means sheep, happy sheep. Happy sheep, happy life. Maybe. Cost of court would make more sense if people had salaries and there's various flavors of bureaucracy that you could research over the ages. Yeah, this is another thing, is like having it pay the bureaucrats and then the bureaucrats eat more goods and stuff like this. But now we're starting to look like a bit of a different game here, huh? A game which we were aware of that game, but it's a bit of a different game. They should nuke cabinet efficiency or dev province for vassals. Yeah. Well, I think that what I propose would be a good way of doing it. But then I think some people absolutely do not want your cabinet actions to scale with your income, basically. Imagine a streamer getting his whole hype train. What? I don't want to support you, but I do anyways, because I feel bad for the baldness. This is the real reason to support the channel. Make sure you hit that like, comment, subscribe button. Send big donos my way. Really, like, just because I'm bald. Just living the hardest life out here because I'm bald. I've actually had I almost posted to my Discord, like, a picture of me back when I was, like, giving an interview when I was 17. I was bald then, too. I shaved my head. I've been on the shaved head train for a long time. It's, I support you because you're bald is like the neg donation, right? I wouldn't support you because your content's good, but you know, that hairline. Yikes. Ooh, Bermuda's still open, isn't it? Let's try and get this. Let's go with the fast guy. We'll risk him. We'll risk him to get the biscuit. Persia's historically one of the best EU powers, despite not being formed at game start. Should probably do a start in the region that day. One day. I want to wait till next patch before touching Persia, because I think Persia is going to get a huge proximity buff in the same way that they teased, what is it? Austria getting a buff. So... let's go down here and grab Nadar. I bet you were born bald, basically. Happy sheep, happy life. That's an Age of Empires slogan, is it really? Sad life when you get lamed when you're playing Age of Empires is actually the like inverse of it. That's the sad life. Alright, how close are we to getting... we have like another 140 days. We have a way to progress towards Spiritualist. It's harder for us to progress towards Innovative at this point. I think that we just want... well, we have to absolutely positively make sure he doesn't somehow jam us up over there, so... let's maybe come this way. With the army. 17-year-old generals be like, I think Marcus Aurelius is the greatest mind of the... I come off as such a douchebag in the interview. There's only like 3 clips of me, and it's like they're really, really short. And one of them is me saying, like, because it was for theater, and one of them is like me saying, yeah, I don't like ensemble. I'm too fucking cool for that, basically. And so I just come off like a dick bag, I think. Which, to be fair, I kind of was a little bit of a dick bag back in high school, but... we're probably gonna full annex this guy and just make colonial subjects. Unfortunately, they're just gonna border gore the bejesus out of the Africa, but what can you do? We want value, baby. Innovative plus spiritualist equals heretic. Well, we are heretics relative to most of the region. It's very nice that there's no forts. We might have to satisfy ourselves with a bit of a smaller peace deal. The problem is if we give this up, this doesn't make the peace deal really that much cheaper. I guess we could do something like this, where we just take Dubrovnik in the bottom portion and leave the rest open. Hopefully there's a lot of nation specific. I'm expecting Persia, Austria, and Ethiopia. We should have just got it. I don't know what we're doing here. I think we're just full annexing this idiot, so... I think that's gonna be a full annex for him, is it? Yeah, it is. Just checking to see if we have complete vision on him, because if we didn't have vision on him, it wouldn't be a full annex. Or, if he had territory that we were not aware of, it wouldn't be a full annex. A lot of our guys are dying to malaria right now. Well, the ship's not even back yet. But we'll have the ship actually come to here. We're about ready to finish that war. Let's go Naples. Wow. It feels so unlucky. We haven't seen Mercantile Cabinet. We've seen several support XYZ Cabinet, but not Mercantile Cabinet. Is there another requirement here? Do they have to not be the #1 power of the estate? Or something like that? Because I think our burghers have been the strongest for a while now. And we didn't even roll a full gamut. Like we only rolled one burger thing here. The ensemble drags me down. Generalist too cool gaming, basically. I forgot you're Waldensian? Never mind, continue as you are. Yeah, exactly, that's what we're talking about. Well, we do love religious education, though. So, I guess we're kind of happy. Because that lets us push innovative a little bit more. If you don't think you were a dickbag in high school, that means you're still a dickbag? Yeah, but I mean, like... They deserved it, but I put a couple people in trash cans in high school, like... You know what I mean? Well, maybe you don't know what I mean, but, like, I know what I mean. Let's go back to Salerno. I was nice in high school, but I'm a dickbag IRL. This is the real glow up. Didn't play EU5 for a month. What's the strat? Vassal swarming everything? Yeah, basically. Finally hit 72% tax efficiency, 15th century. That's a lot of tax efficiency. Who are you playing? I think the person who gets the most is Castillo, and they get 30%. Like, on their own content, like, independent of other mechanics and stuff. Well, we can get this peace deal. Maybe we just go for this while we can. Seems like a little bit of a lame peace deal, but okay, it'll decay down really quickly because antagonism that's caused by subject transfer and subjugating people and taking territory decays in parallel, so it decays twice as fast. So I think this will be okay. And this gives us control over the market, which is kind of why we did this like this. So create subjects. I don't think there's... Ooh, there's a historical subject. What historical subject is here? That would actually be perfect. We don't want Ragusa. Or almost perfect. We would want them to have the whole location. Croatia we don't want because that's too big. We're returning cores at this point. I wonder if they're going to let you release subjects that have... If you have cores, if it's like partial with the new rule. I think we can give them that location, unfortunately. Oh, we have a core there? Oh, we didn't take anything there. Okay, so let's just do Dubrovnik here. And then we wanted to release Naxos. Naxos. And then give them the rest of Naxos. Yeah, we probably put the 20 light ships into Byzantium at this point because we could actually probably generate access there. Actual trash cans? I thought that might only happen in movie. America must be really violent. There was a guy who kept on like messing with me and like coming up and like touching me and like pinching my nipples or something like this. And I was like, yo, dog, if you keep doing that, I'm just going to put you in this trash can. And then he kept doing it, and then I put him in the trash can. So, I think there was that. I also know I, like, was very threatening towards some people who were, like, bullying a friend of mine. But that's, like, that was the reason why. Probably the most unjustified stuff was just kind of being a dick to other, like, people on the football team when I was on the football team. So, there was a little bit of rowdiness there. Alright, we discovered Labrador. Getting double support for outward feels nice. Oh my god, it's triple support for outward? Each one gives you 5, which is like... Quad outward support? What is this? It's like the ferret. Like, what is it, like TikTok or whatever? Where they're like dumping the box of balls down the stairs, and he's like, oh, look at all these balls. It's us, but, with the fact that we're seeing so much outward. We're now 38 towards outward. What bonuses does Waldensian give? Not being Catholic's the biggest bonus, but we're also getting monthly literacy is kind of a big deal, max literacy as well. But the monthly literacy is a big deal because of this bug where if you change your pop group, it resets your literacy to 0. And so when you convert people, you reset their literacy to 0, so it's kind of important. There's not who we would go for otherwise. For our aspects, we're doing this. So we're getting a total of 15% literacy. And this. 4,000 people died from malaria just for you to get the 32 gold? Yeah. I deemed you the Mercantile Cabinet Code. Any character in Cabinet is Burger State. Is that not Age of Reformation Absolutism or revolutions, or also can have just Age of Absolutism reformations? Chance add 1 if has advanced government size Renaissance value equals 2. So if you research Renaissance cabinet and multiply societal value, aristocracy versus plutocracy, less than 0, value 0.5. So as you push more plutocracy, it decreases the chance. God. That makes sense, but like... So the closer we get to plutocracy, the more rare that is going to get for us to roll. Pushing plutocracy to 100 is like one of the more difficult ones to push. Can't imagine generalists being in high school. Imagine a 16-year-old generalist still 22 years away from spreadsheets. I had a beard in middle school. I actually, one of the security guards in my high school tried to kick me off campus because they thought I was like just some like older guy who came to like creep on girls or something. I was like, no, bro, I go here. I had to show him my student ID and everything. A different security guard on my campus, though. Roundabout's fair play. When I was a bouncer, I actually got to kick him out of the nightclub where I was a bouncer when I was 18. Which was definitely like a head trip. Like, bro, I'm kicking out the security guard. The hell is this? Alright, we are going to create a colonial subject here. I think we're going to make 2. Oh no, wait, we want to make the beer done market first. And then once it finishes, we'll make our colonial subjects. How are your lumber not being exported by the burghers? On my games, they always export, so I drop the price. There's, we're producing so much lumber. It is being exported by the burghers, almost certainly. I guess not here. We're also producing a lot in adjacent markets. But yeah, burghers exporting. It's not showing up in the UI very well. Burgers exporting 46, but we're overproducing by a big enough margin that we get our price collapse anyways. But also, when you have a bunch of markets, see this burgers exporting here, the Naples market is less likely to have burgers exporting because the markets adjacent to it are producing a ton of lumber. So when you start to have your capital markets surrounded by other markets you have, and those markets are producing wood, the burgers export less and less. They're not even exporting. Someone has told me that, like, you have to be adjacent to get burger trades going, but I don't know if that's true. Burger trades are really opaque, though, so it's hard to look at it and try and verify that type of thing. Giles definitely sat in the back of the classroom and played games on his phone in high school. I was very bro-y in high school. Mali's freaking huge. Did they not hear about their decline? What is this? I think we figured out everything here we want, and then we have Dubrovnik now. See, Dubrovnik, I kind of don't like them eating into the portion of the boot. So... do want to move it inland, but we don't have an ability to move it inland until we finish annexing Serbia. I think that's going to also take a while. They don't have that big a much smaller modifier. But we can get rid of some of their urbanizations that we don't like very much. Kind of okay having wine and fruit urbanized. I think livestock, we're going to want it to be producing food. This may be a little bit aggressive. Maybe a little bit of an overreach. 64k, that's probably fine leaving urban. In Prisen. For the game files, the chance to get Mercantile Cabinet is really low by default, and the base chance gets tripled with Permanent Cabinet Advance. We have that, right? Pretty sure we have it. Yeah. After the Age of Discovery, it won't roll at all, though? Bro, sounds fair, you did warn him? Yeah, no, I mean, like, I told him. I also, like, choked out a guy, like, in the middle of, like, I think it was lunch for the same reason. Or, like, the same idea. I was like, bro, stop touching me. I actually did it right in front of the vice principal, and he was, like, surprisingly very chill about it. He was, like, he gave us the whole, like, boys will be boys type of thing. Because also, I was, like, friends with the guy. I just, like, told him to stop touching me, and he wouldn't stop touching me. And I was like, bro, if you don't, I'm gonna do this. And he kept doing it, and then I did that. It's like... So... let's go for this. Sounds more like a bro than a bully. Yeah, I mean, I think... that's how I would capture it, but also if someone said I was a bit of a bully in high school, I wouldn't exactly disagree with them either, you know? I didn't, like, seek people out and try and make them miserable for my amusement, really. That I can think of. There was maybe a little bit of, like, picking on the newer guys in, like, football or whatever, and I think that that was probably the extent of it. Which is, like, not how I would approach having teammates now, but... I don't know. I can't change what I've done in the past. I also don't think it was that severe. I was definitely not, like, the worst of it. The quad outward support, basically. Did you put one person in a trash bin, or were there multiple instances? I think it was just the one person on 2 different occasions. So I don't know how to answer the question. He thought it was amusing to annoy me, and I was not very amused being annoyed. And it's like one of those things, it's like, bro, I'm not gonna tell a teacher this guy is, like, touching me and won't leave me alone. Like, that's the thing, is, like, socially, like, getting a teacher to, like, solve your issue, first of all, your teacher, like, the teachers, like, just actually are bad at solving the issue, and, like, secondly, like, it's socially, like, not, like, bro, people think you're a loser if, like, you, like, socially, in terms of, like, how high school works, or worked back then, is, like, if you have a teacher solve an issue of, like, someone, like, touching you when you don't want to be touched, like, that's some, like, That would be seen as very dorky, especially when I could solve my own issue, because like I'm clearly like big enough to like handle it myself. When you annex a vassal, you should inherit their treasury, but also their loans. That's an interesting one. Certainly, inheriting their inflation would. Oh, you wanted to claim on that guy? Yeah, we did. You're so right. Thank you for letting me know. I think we address complaints then. And see what we can do. Tax exemption. We certainly don't mind giving them a tax exemption, so we'll fabricate a CB on Candia. We'll fabricate a CB on this. And then we'll go tax exemption. I think the tax exemption's worth the 7 stab. Like, I think the cost of 7 stab is more than the amount we're gonna lose. But I could be wrong. I don't think we're gonna uber sweat it either way. Or we're not gonna uber sweat it either way. I wonder where this market's supposed to go. We could move it up next to the silver. The Dubrovnik. Because we're gonna get this pre-gen market too. And I'm not sure... Like, this is just like the Uber market, like, hell zone, where, like, you just have awful market access, so, like... Are you supposed to make multiple markets, or are you supposed to just tolerate bad market access? I'm not sure the solution. How the turntables, basically. No, it was a very surreal experience. Kicking out the guy who was the security guard for my high school, and like kind of hassled me a little bit. It totally wasn't his fault he was getting kicked out though. He was getting kicked out basically because the person he was with couldn't keep it together, and when we kicked people out, we kicked them out in groups. So like he was actually fine. His girlfriend, on the other hand, was not fine. I think that aristocracy is versus plutocracy bit is if you have any aristocracy, then your chance is multiplied by 1/2. I read it as the reverse because it said less than. But it's like it's trivial to push to max aristocracy, and it's really hard to push to max plutocracy, and I don't like that there's such like a sharp disconnect, or like it doesn't make sense to me from a simulation perspective, because plutocracy I think is better than aristocracy, but I don't think it's way better, other than I guess you get off of aristocracy, but this just makes it so that the metagame for everyone is basically to shove spiritualists as hard as possible and go theocracy. How'd you get into strategy games? How old were you? I kind of always liked strategy games. I was like a super loner in like elementary school. I would like read books and stuff, and I would like map out how to play strategy games. Like Age of Empires 2, I think was the first strategy game. Why are you only the number 2 great power? I had no idea why I was number 2. I mean, we're number 1 now. Do all the schools have security guards? We never had one. It depends on how big. The school's like 2,500 students. So, I assume it is much less common with smaller schools. Also in a place that is maybe a little bit more litigious, so you probably don't have, like, I imagine the average teacher at our school would be much less willing to put their hands on someone for, like, any reason. Yeah, we're gonna get our urbanization on, and by urbanizing we upgrade our pops to... We just have to keep an eye on the food as we're doing this. Like, pretty confident in our level of urbanization here in the south. Other than I think we might urbanize the silk here, actually. But in the north, I think have a lot more urbanization we want to get done. Much worse proximity on the eastern side, though. So in theory, we'd want to urbanize it a little bit less. How are we doing in this market? Oh, we have full price collapses now. Very cool. Not sure the slave centers. Whatever. Not sure they do. Oh, the Ottomans own that. That's why. I don't think we want to go after them though. We want to go after Candia here. Where's our ship? Let's go in here so that we can disembark with them when we're ready. Principal was afraid you were going to choke him out. Yeah, I mean, I think if the other person was upset that I had choked them out, there might have been more consequences for me. Rapier. Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Is forming Spain too early? Do you more harm than good? Is forming Spain too early? Do you more harm than good? I don't know, because I don't know all the DHEs. I don't know if some of them require you being Castile. I assume most of them carry over, but this is like kind of, I guess, more on the topic of like I wish the game was a little bit more transparent in some of that regard. We get slave trade. Let's go, buddy. Was that right when we discovered New England, or right when this beer done market finished? Alright, well, a bunch of markets get triangle trade of various kinds, whether it's slave demand or cotton, sugar, tobacco demand, etc. Let's make this beer done market. Create subjects, colonial subjects, custom subjects. Here, colonial nation. I guess we kind of care what their stats are. We kind of want to make them women. And then we want to feed. These aren't very big provinces, but maybe giving them a little bit more power is a bit of a mistake. But what they will get from this is just absolutely massive pop growth modifier applied to a decent population that exists already. New colonial subject is giving them 0.5% growth. So even though they have this looted modifier, they're still getting 0.5%. And once that goes away, they'll have over 1% growth, and they'll just have really kind of massive growth. And then they are a colonial nation. I think we might improve relations with them, but we're going to divert trade on both these guys. And then, since they're released with our tech, we should be able to do this as well. Also gives us free towns, I think, because I don't think these towns were here. And then from there, do we have slave centers yet? I don't think we do. I think that's last age. Yeah, let's grab that. What's the poll looking like for theocracy? It looks like people want republic. Alright. The guy didn't learn after the first trash can? He did not. No, I mean, like, I think he didn't mind being put in a trash can, so it was really kind of annoying. In retrospect, maybe I should have just beat his ass, because if I beat his ass, he would have stopped annoying me, I think. Just, like, putting him in a trash can where I'm not, like, actually trying to rough him up when I'm putting him in the trash can, I'm trying to humiliate him. That was maybe not the strategy. You know what I mean? I don't know. Maybe having, like, a more, like, being like, I want to have a discussion, but, like, that shit's not gonna work in high school. I don't know. Do have a full price collapse there, so we can be a little bit more aggressive. Actually, we held off on a lot of urbanization that we would maybe be interested in, because we couldn't get the price collapse in the region, so let's kind of get after it. We do have to keep in mind that this is going to be, relatively speaking, a place that's not going to be good, very good on the food front. But I think every place that's like over 15k pops that has like something we would otherwise want to urbanize, we're going to go after it. Like our trashish RGO. So this is going to be a lot of promotions, so this is going to end up being downstream a lot of stimulus. Fruit's kind of reasonably expensive. This is also on the edge of the market, where it's maybe a little bit less valuable to be promoing. Let's see if, yeah, this place has a harbor. Place has a harbor too. Doing that because it has the harbor capacity. Oh, that might not even have our thing that we were interested in. And we have this stuff over here. I think in general we don't want to urbanize beeswax, but this is the only location in this province we may be able to urbanize. Does it have... It has a lum in it. Let's go for it. And then annex. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what I would do differently now. Maybe not much. I'd have to think about it. In regards to the person in the trash can. I find it amusing to annoy you as the guy from high school. Yeah, I mean, maybe I just would have been less annoyed, like, now. The thing is, I also just, like, if I tell someone not to touch me and they touch me, we're, like, gonna have an issue. It's like, now if an adult touches me and I, like, don't want them to touch me, like, I don't know, I'd probably just leave or, like, press charges or some stupid shit like that, I guess. Which is, like, overall a better solution than just, like, actually, like, beating their ass. So maybe I should have just not cared that it would have been uncool and just, like, gone to a teacher and be like, yo, this guy's touching me. I would prefer if he didn't do something about it, or I'll do something about it. And then when the administration proceeds to not do anything about it, then I guess I would just have to do something about it, because that's, like, kind of how schools operate, is they don't really, like, do anything about issues. They don't solve your issues until your issue becomes an issue for them. And your issue becomes an issue for them, like, when you escalate things, like, tends to be how that works. Or that's how it worked when I was in high school. What did the guy do to get kicked out? The guy who was a security guard at my school, and then I kicked him out of a nightclub, or as part of kicking him out of the nightclub. I don't think I was the actual one who talked to him. I was just, like, part of the thing that was, I forget if his girlfriend was, like, just way too drunk or was fighting another girl. I think his girlfriend fought another girl, and so we had, like, a zero tolerance policy for that, so we were kicking him out. He was actually very nice about all of it. It was just, like, a very weird experience, more so than, we got revenge, or something like this. Imagine if you could just provoke noble status to some random noble to push towards plutocracy. Yeah, like, imagine if we could just demote. So, what I'm complaining about in terms of aristocracy being so easy to push is we can just do this, and we can, if we are, we have to not be a theocracy or a republic, right? But if we're a monarchy, we can just ignoble people, and when we ennoble them, they get +5 towards aristocracy. This is what Ellie is referring to here. Alright, so we got Brescia, which is actually a really nice province for us. I think we're going to put all the tools on auto-expand. This is one of the better tools spots. We're already annexing the really big guy, or one of the big guys. Como, does Como have multiple provinces? He does, so he's probably not using Dev Province on both. Yeah, he's not. So... I don't know. I was definitely, like, in high school, in terms of public perception, I was more of a jock than a nerd. Like, I intentionally didn't use, like, big words. My girlfriend was shocked that I read. But I also, like, was reading Nietzsche in high school. Like, starting, like, I think my freshman year. I sued my teachers for not putting their hands on me. Based. I wanted an education beaten into me, and they were unwilling to deliver. We settled the case for an undisclosed settlement. Aristocracy is the human default, and republic is the weird modern thing. That's maybe an okay reason. Yeah, they just want the default to be aristocracy. So it's a simulation. What's the special bonus of Waldensian? It was faster to swap, but we also are kind of into... It's mainly that it was just fastest to swap, but we were into the monthly literacy a little bit. You see the small post for clarifications for governor? You're no longer able to make subjects from course? I did. Should you keep vassals one province, equals one vassal, or feed land purely for expansion? Not. I think currently the thing that pressures you, there are two things that get pressured by you having more vassals. Your diplo, the amount of diplomats required to do everything, because you do have to improve relations with a lot of them, and also the diplomacy to, like, annex them. Although it's cheaper on the diplomats to annex them because you get this modifier. They're much smaller than you, right? So it actually speeds things up. And the other thing that gets pressured is this. Currently, Diplo Cap is just not something that's ever really pressured, and you get cabinet actions for each of your subjects, right? And so the way I think it is such that you want as many subjects as possible, so you get as many free cabinet actions as possible, because they all use Dev Province really consistently. They also don't like it anywhere near as much if you, like, give them a bunch of land. In addition to having fewer cabinet actions, like, the smaller proportion of their country is one province, the less they are likely to use Dev Province. Look at this, we have like 50 Dev at a bunch of spots, because we had a bunch of subjects Dev Provincing for forever. So in the end, we get a bunch of, like, Dev, and then, like, baseline consumption multipliers, like, 100%, right? So your pops will consume 100% of what they normally consume, but pop needs scale linearly with the amount of Dev you have, where every 10 Dev is plus 50%. So here we have close to 60 Dev, so we're getting close to plus additional 300%. And this gives us way more opportunities for, like, profitable buildings. Here, you see it's multiplied by 0.4, so that base 100% plus an additional 300%. And so we have way more demand for stuff per guy. Also, it's not showing it, but those guys were also demanding fine cloth. Considering how shit are dispassionate randos, the school staff, at shit at solving issues, maybe you throwing the dude in the trash can wasn't the worst stuff. Yeah, it's just like, I don't know. I probably also enjoyed it too. Like, I wasn't, like, begrudgingly like, oh, there's no other way to solve this problem. It's intractable, and I greatly lament having to do this. Like, it was probably one of those things where it's like, it feels justified to myself now. But, like, also school staff, like, yeah, they don't, like, want to actually solve shit. They don't want to deal with shit, basically. And to be fair, I get that, because, like, teachers just want to teach material. They don't want to, like, freaking deal with the fact that one student wants to bite another student or something like this. Like, right? That's not, like, an ideal, like, circumstance for them, that they're spending a lot of their time just, like, dealing with bullshit, basically. So I get it. But, like, they also just, like, kind of... They don't solve shit. Yeah, they don't solve students' problems because they want to solve students' problems. They solve students' problems because their students' problems has become a problem for them. And usually it's not a problem for them when it's just, like, probably actually easier to solve. It's a problem when, like, it becomes, like, a significant issue. EU5 leans Austrian and Vic 3 leans Keynesian behind the economy construction. Well, I don't know what you mean by Austrian exactly. I mean, Vic 3 encourages deficit spending and stuff, so it would be Keynesian, right? Oh, we haven't gone around building... It's kind of a pain. Oh, this includes subjects now? It used to not include subjects. Oh, but it's not everyone. Yeah, we'll scroll through. We kind of want as many of these as possible. Not enough masonry in the Bayona market, though. Not that this is going to auto-expand, like, ever. What are we doing here? Masonry is like a lot of trade capacity to move, but we have trade capacity. It's not even... Is it not extra trade capacity to move masonry? Alright, we're just gonna move... like 2 masonry, 1.6 I guess, from Geneva market. Is masonry? I could have sworn masonry was a good that was... Also, this helps us to lock in our price collapse too, because we're exporting it, it decreases the price of the good. As long as you're like net neutral, but masonry is not expensive to move. Alright. Yeah, my school, 2 guys got in a fight over some stupid shit. We all had to fill out some stupid questionnaire about bullying because it's easier to annoy everyone than to solve the problem. It's easier to annoy everyone than to solve the problem. Yeah, just... They want to be able to say... It's a cover your own ass type of thing, where they want to be able to... They want to be able to not be liable for anything, basically, I feel like, is kind of the crux of the issue. And so if something passes a certain point, they're like, oh, okay, we gotta deal with it. But they're like, fundamentally, like, they don't want to deal with, like, the bullshit of a bunch of teenagers, which, like, I get it. I would feel the same way, but, like, then the onus is on the students or whatever to solve their own issues. Which, ideally, you do it diplomatically, but also... You know, teenagers are annoying and obnoxious and, like, physical, and, like, none of that is good for, like, solving issues. Also, that's also, to some degree, that's the skill that you just, like, learn while you're in high school or at that age is, like, actually resolving issues. Ideally, you're learning it, like, all throughout your education, but how to resolve issues, like, without teachers and parents and stuff like this. Because by the time you're done with high school, you actually have to understand how to do that. And that's when you have, like, the most hormones and all this type of stuff that are, like, significantly inhibiting your ability to do that very well at all. So... Alright. Looks pretty solid. We'll have this war done in a jiffy. I really like this Smyrna market thing, though. I think this makes so much more sense. Smyrna Hargan. YouTube has mid-roll ads for streams? Yeah, I just let them do what they do automatically. Nerd. Hey, Bernelius, thank you for the membership. Much appreciated, my guy. Sorry I didn't notice it earlier. It doesn't... I don't have a sound alert for YouTube on those. I gotta figure out how to set that up. Maybe I have to... Not sure where I set that up through. Next time I see you, Generalist, I'm gonna put you in a trash can because you're a nerd. Bro, if you can do it, you can... I won't press charges. If you can manage. Are they doing more ads than normal on YouTube? Is that what you guys are saying? I heard a story of how someone hanged someone on a coat hanger and then the guy microwaved a hamster at a girl's house party. That's insane, dude. Yeah, I mean, like, I never got into any type of, like, fight where I beat someone up. I think I'd never punched someone in the face or something throughout the entirety of high school. I'm trying to remember. Like, a proper fight, no. I'm actually not sure if I've ever punched someone in the face. I'm trying to think. I think I did once in, like, elementary school. But I'm not really sure. I might have just pushed the guy. After I learned jujitsu, like, punching wouldn't have been, like, my way of, like, hurting someone anyway. Like, by the time I was a bouncer... We also had a no-hit policy at our nightclub. Which, not that everyone listened to the policy, but our policy was to never, under any circumstance, hit anyone, which was, like... Probably in general a good policy, but is obviously also just a liability policy. Teachers don't want to be teachers, they want to be glorified PowerPoint presentators, they want the easy life, rare is the passionate teacher. But even the passionate teacher, they want to, like, teach kids and improve their lives, not, like, deal with bullshit. Right? Like, even the good teachers, like, that's, like... Like, the people who want to put hands on people and, like, deal with people getting in fights, like, don't become teachers. You know what I mean? That's not, like, the very, like... It's kind of just, like, an insane entry. Steel's already colonizing that ish. I think we're colonizing this, yeah. I guess we're on a collision track with Castile eventually. I think we have an alliance with them. Why aren't we generating favors? We wanted to break their alliance with Aragon so we could attack Aragon, and then once we attack Aragon, we can attack them. New Jersey. So is the trash can the reason that you get excited by putting AIs into buckets? This is exactly it. It takes me back to when I peaked back in high school. Takes me back. Alright, we're gonna solve their food issue, I guess. We're gonna eat, like they have a coastal fort or something. That's what's causing the attrition, I think. Yeah, naval batteries and forts. Targus, I'll do it with you. team effort to put generals in a trash can. Is deficit spending ever gonna help you pay back your loans? I mean, in Vic 3 you don't pay back your loans, and in EU5 you don't take your loans. I feel like dev is nice, but as soon as you make profitable places to spend money and your subjects have land, I have lower control over it, take it. Yeah. Masonry is 1, but lumber is 2. Is lumber really 2? Lumber should be easier to move. Am I missing out on something? No, lumber's 1. All the rare minerals are 2. So iron's 1, which I think iron being 1 is weird. I think it's going to be 2 next patch. But lead is 2. Copper and tin are both 2. And copper and tin are light. I think alum might be. No, it's not. Is marble 2? Nope, marble's 1. Marble maybe should be 2. I just completely skipped over tin, I guess? But tin is like really light, but tin is 2. So is copper and lead. So, Big 3 viewers also views demand as really aggregate and has no effective mechanic for the effect of money supply. Versus EU5, very sensitive to non-quantitative factors relative to Vic 3. Also views demand as really aggregate and has no effective mechanic for it. Yeah, like in Vic 3 you basically don't care where anything is. And it's all way more detached, and like EU5 is very infrastructure centric and you really care what stuff is too. And like a lot of EU5 is actually like deciding where to put stuff. Like where to put markets and stuff like this. I've never seen an ad on a YouTube stream. They generally, in my opinion, show way less. 10 to 30 seconds of 5-second unskippable ads. I know that you get shown ads. The quantity of ads you get shown is actually dependent on how you act as like a YouTube person. If you're way more aggressive about skipping ads, they don't show you as many unskippable ads. I almost never get unskippable ads. Because I either, like, skip the ad, or I just, like, click onto something else, like, close to 100% of the time. No hit policy doesn't say anything about an accidental elbow to the face. Well, yeah, like, there were definitely guys who, like, who did not pay attention to the no hit policy. Also, no hit policy doesn't mean... Like, I knew how to dislocate someone's arm. Not that I ever dislocated anyone's arm, but, like, you could rough someone up, like, without hitting them. Like, if you're carrying them out, you, like, kind of swing them into the wall. You're not hitting them, the wall is hitting them, type of thing. But most of the people who I'd lay hands on had just laid hands on someone else, so I was much less enthusiastic, or I was much less concerned. Although, like, I had a different attitude towards, like, policing and that type of stuff back then, so, like, now I was never, like, interested in putting hands on someone as a bouncer. Especially, hey, Lambert, how's it going? How was your stream? Welcome, welcome. Yeah, I was one of the few bouncers that, like, generally speaking, there was, like... And this is also an issue with, like, I think law enforcement. The type of person who's willing to put their hands on someone is generally the type of person who wants to put their hands on someone, right? And what you want is someone who's willing to, but does not want to. And that's kind of a Goldilocks type of person. And I was in that camp because I was actually interested in the notion of owning a nightclub, so I just wanted to learn everything from every angle, and then I also did jiu-jitsu, and I was, like, young, and, like, I didn't really mind fighting people, so... But a lot of the people who worked as bouncers either were completely useless in a fight, or they like, wanted to fight a little bit too much, basically. Trying to remember the basics of CQC. What? Hey Lambert, hope your game's going well. Are you getting baited in political opinions again? No, we're talking about, like, fights I got into when I was younger, basically. because I was a bouncer and then a little bit of a bro, I guess, in high school. I put someone in a trash can, but with some asterisks. We were discussing it a little bit. Stream was good. Over 30-player multiplayer, whereas the Teutonic Order. How's that going? Are you going to be able to form Prussia? Prussia has an absolutely insane cabinet action. Twitch doesn't show ads here. I think the only thing that doesn't show ads is the other side shows where they're in completely wrong language and completely irrelevant. Might depend on what you're doing. When I watch on Twitch, I get so many ads. I had to reinstall Windows a few weeks ago. I was watching YouTube on the phone while doing it, and the amount of ads I was getting was unnatural. I don't know if it's always like this, or I got sheltered because I was always using ad block. Yeah, I don't know as much about how ad blocks works because I never used ad block. 10 gold upkeep for governors is so amazingly trivial. I agree. Plato's Republic. Yeah, the enforcer ideal. I think you have the exact same issue with cops, though. Most of the people who are not interested in engaging in physical violence with other people or have a dislike for that are not interested in becoming cops, and most of the people who are okay with it actively want to engage in the violence, right? So, like, you have to have a very particular type of person. Being a cop honestly seems like just a massive headache. Pretty well, want to form Prussia, went 30 years, so it's not going to be happening yet. Yeah. My first time as them, so I might ask you for some tips. They're theocracy, right? Teutonic Order starts out as a theocracy because they're a military order. You can completely ignore your cost to court slider. Because 3.4 or 3%, 4% satisfaction, because there's an event. As soon as you go below 20 devotion, that just pips you back up to 40. So staying between 3 and 4% satisfaction equilibrium is totally worth just having way more money. This is why I don't watch Twitch. Ad break, womp womp. Ads finishing even, I don't understand a thing. Terrible. We said so much to Lambert, and he doesn't see any of it. Not like this. Thoughts on Leviathan? I haven't read Leviathan. I wrote the social contract, but I never read Leviathan, so I don't have that big an opinion. People, I've seen arguments where they kind of like Locke, Hobbes, and Rousseau all against each other. Because what was it? Rousseau is that, I forget, one of them's like man is inherently good, one is man is inherently evil, and one is man is inherently, like, it's tabula rasa, and I forget which ones are which. I think the people that are willing to lay hands on it, but not doing it for gratification, are unnatural and are created by either side of the extreme being pushed to the middle. That comment honestly sounds like you're using it as like a euphemism for something else, and I'm not sure what you're using it as a euphemism for. You're literally describing me. I can fight and beat the average person, but stop the violence. Yeah, but do you want to be a cop, though? Twitch doesn't show ads here. I think it's the only thing that doesn't show ads on other sites. Oh, interesting. Like, my experience with Twitch is that they just show way more ads than YouTube. And the YouTube video player is better. Just the Twitch chat is better. Like the stuff you have going on with chat and like emotes and icons and stuff like this, and like you have like more options for like supporting the channel and this type of thing. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we generally choose missionary failure there. But one day Lambert will be done with his ads, and then I kind of forgotten what I wanted to tell him. I'm in the army, and no, I couldn't be a cop. A sad, big sad life there. Yeah, like I think in the U.S., like the U.S., a lot of people dislike cops now. like a lot. So like, I think it's way harder to get the people who are like kind of the Goldilocks person as well. I don't know. I think also people have not. A lot of people who kind of. Oh man, I think there's a lot of bad cops. I think policing needs reform. I also think that if someone's never been in a situation involved in violence where they think that they're maybe gonna die, like that is a experience that is hard to convey what exactly that's like. But it's like it's the opposite of chill times. Like chill vibes, that ain't it. We don't really need money from them. We can just go be okay with this as the peace deal, I think. But if Lambert's back, I think Lambert actually just watched the... I know what happened. Lambert watched the first ad and he was typing, oh no, there's an ad, it's in Finnish. And then he's like, you know what? I gotta go to the bathroom. I'm gonna get something to eat. Just normal kind of post-stream stuff. But if he's here... a big thing you can do with theocracies is you can completely not pay for your government power because the cost of being low devotion is basically non-existent, so you don't care. Alright. I think we will drop these guys off over here? Maybe? Where has the most... I guess we'll put them in Athens here, which will increase the control in Athens. Ooh, Athens has iron in it? Tell me more. I understand why after so many years Twitch doesn't let you rewind a bit on the stream. I use that all the time. Yeah, that for me is the most frustrating and annoying thing. From like, yeah, 100%. I think that's the thing. Jesus, we're already almost at 200k. It is a high score, but I forget who we were gonna attack next. Oh, I remember now. Alright. Are you still holding the army? Yeah, you are. We wanted to attack Morocco. It's so crazy that we have like 0 antagonism aggregate. Well, we've been chill over here for a while now, I guess. I actively dislike Twitch chat and culture, but that's me. Yeah, but it's people on YouTube, like per person, like watch a lot more in silence, I think. Just in the general sense. Didn't really... I think we turned this into a breadbasket. And kind of tempted to do that as well with this. I think we definitely don't want the 7k. It's urbanized. How many pops are here, I guess? Just get so much food from the rice. It's so tempting to make it just a breadbasket. Thing is, we don't get irrigation, so it's just the base value food. And it's grassland, flatland. It's kind of inland a little bit. Yeah, maybe let's make it a food province location. We can change our decision later, like if we're just like super abundant on food, we can do something else. I think we're still promoting up some of these guys, maybe. But yeah, like this is better urbanized because this is 5 food. versus 10, like, if it's close. Everything's scored, it's so magical. Oh, I think we've repeated that to Lambert, that just not paying for devotion's the way to go. Twitch ads are much louder than YouTube ads. The change in volume is striking and makes me jump. Oh, that's true. Oh, wow. Nathaniel, thank you for the 50. No, can we get a Yuan Dynasty Mongol Empire playthrough? I was thinking of doing a Yuan start, but I was thinking of doing it Yuan into Song. Because that's the more straightforward way of doing it. Thank you so very much for the dono. Did I not get a noise for that? Much appreciated, my guy. Can we get a Yuan Dynasty Mongol Empire playthrough? Maybe we can... I'll think about it. Regards to... I was thinking of doing a Yuan playthrough. The thing about Yuan is it's so incredibly tedious, it takes forever to record anything. Or you just have to, like, just completely throw... Because you have, like, you start with, like, 14 markets to manage, just a game start. And then playing and holding on to Yuan is also more complicated than playing and swapping. I definitely think it's doable. There's probably some interesting cheese for you that I'll need to try and think through as well. Yeah. It could be that argue that it's done intentionally to recruit the right type of people for their needs. Maybe. I don't know. I think it's a little bit of a boys' club, but also if you've like, I think if you're ever in a situation where you are engaging in violence, whether or not that's justified is like outside kind of the important part here. If you're engaged in violence and someone else is like having your back, I'm not saying it's justified, but I'm saying like psychologically, like you really want to go out of your way to protect that person if they've like protected you from physical violence in the past. So I definitely understand why it becomes like a bit of a boys' club. I'm not saying it's good, I'm just saying I get it. Coming face to face with your mortality is a very humbling feeling for sure. Also, like, your brain, like, part of your brain basically, like, turns off when you're, like, in the fight or flight, like, situation. I feel like people, when they are judging, like, police officers often just ignore that that is something that, like, occurs. Even if you have training. Which, like, you want to put more of an emphasis on training, and that definitely, like, there are definitely, like, sadistic cops that are not panicking at all, and are, like, violent, and, like, when it's unnecessary and stuff like this. But I'm just saying, like, it's, I think there's a lot of people who are not in, anywhere near as stressful, violent situations as cops, and they're, like, judging what it's like to be in a violent situation, where, like, the person might think they can die, and, like, this type of thing. And you're like, well, I guess my kids won't see me again. Like, you know, like, They added it recently for paying customers. You can rewind if you sub. That is so stupid. That should just be in the player automatically. That's, like, such a bad feature. I think you used to be able to rewind on Twitch. Why is it, like, you can't rewind? Because, like, if they have it held, then they're just... That's such a weird thing to, like, lock behind monetization. I do not think I like that at all. We're not necessarily going to also be able to consistently get the minus 33%, and kind of after a certain point. Who do you want to play as the new patch? Someone who really benefits from the, probably Austria more than anyone else. Maybe now, yuan. No, I'd have to think about the yuan. I wanted to do a series where, like, I was showing Song, because I wanted to show off, like, the top 3 strongest starts, which, to be fair, Manchuria actually might be in there now. Like, the Korea one was a little bit... It wasn't quite as strong as I was thinking it was going to be. I was still thinking it was strong, but I thought you'd get to keep the Korea content if you form China in the way that I did in the Korea run, and you don't get to... You have to form it, like, a more extended, longer-term way, which is probably fine. And Korea's content is extremely strong, and I still think Korea is one of the strongest starts, but it's like... Yuan into Song specifically, I think, is the strongest way to play Yuan, because you get over the Red Turban Rebellion the fastest as possible that way. Is there weather shit? No, that's just like the loud cars outside. The Vile Kingdom of England. Oh, we're back to number 2 GP. Womp womp. Insane that he still hasn't seen the super chat, not like this. The super chat doesn't give a noise. Thank you again, though, Ethan. Ethan is cool. Did I read it as Nathaniel? Like Nathaniel, but Ethaniel the first time? I think I might have. I'm like, not mildly dyslexic, but maybe I am. I sometimes read words way too fast. I tried it, but I gave up. It's hardcore micro playthrough. Yeah, so that's the idea for me. Is like, it's a lot of clicking. I also think you have to do... I think you do some sort of cheese where going into the Red Turban Rebellions, you already have your levies. And you delete all of your forts. And you just never stand down those levies until the situation's over, right? Because some part of that event bricks your levies. And so if you have the levies beforehand, you're fine. And also Korea helps you out a lot. KLR Duskwood, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Favorite thing I've read about the weather? Greenland deploying their weather on us was an unexpected first strike. Yeah. Not like this. Have you ever played WoW? No, I haven't. Austria to HRE? Maybe not as far as HRE. I think Austria will be really good for showcasing. So usually when I'm trying to pick runs in a new patch, I'm trying to pick stuff that showcases the new content as best as possible. And I think that there's not a single country that will benefit more from regional capitals than Austria, I think. Wait, why is the game being funny? Why am I... Wait, what? Okay, Austria, and I think the big part of that is, like, the thing that really breaks your ability to do stuff is, like, mountains and stuff. And Austria just being able to plop a secondary capital down in, like, Padova or something like this, like, means that you can own Italy and have it be useful, which was something that was, like, categorically impossible before. You could just never project enough control to Italy. And you could do the same thing, like, down here, too. And so you can actually get, like, a pretty big Austrian, like, empire with, like, a lot of good stuff going on. But they also get, they're also going to get minus 50% cost on their mountains, so their mountain propagation will also be decent. And so I think showing off the local governorship will maybe be good for them. But I also think just doing something in Africa is also going to be incredibly strong. So Upper Bavaria into Austria is also really nice. Get a bunch of bonus stacks. There we go. Maybe that'll be the play. Just for the extra content. But also people like to see, like... well, I guess I could pull that as well. You should play whoever you want. As whoever you want. Twitch CEO Dan Clancy explained that restricting access initially helps prevent users from exploiting the feature to skip ads. Oh, this makes sense. Okay, that makes sense as a reason. Because if you're paying a sub, you don't get ads anyways. So you don't get to circumvent ads. That makes a lot of sense. I don't think I would say I'm happy, but that makes sense as a reason. I mean, that seems like a decent reason. I think in general, platforms are delighted when they get to paywall content. So I was actually thinking of doing this as a video on my ideas channel. How like subscription stuff is not just like it's like obviously exploitative in a psychological way on one front that I think everyone understands, which is if you forget about your subscription and you're still paying it, you pay more money, right? But also it changes the way you frame a good or service, such that like it's psychologically exploitative as well in a different way that's a little bit more complex and nuanced, which has to do with if something's framed as a loss, you care about it more. And when you do a subscription, canceling the subscription is giving something up. And so it's framed as a loss. So for example, if you are a doctor and you're hearing about a procedure and the procedure is framed as having a 20% mortality rate, or a 80% survivorship rate, which are, just to be clear, the exact same rate of death versus surviving versus loud car outside. It's the exact same rate, but the very framing of it, you are much more likely to prescribe the treatment if it's framed as survivorship rather than mortality. In the same way, what a subscription does is it turns you from not having the thing and choosing to buy the thing to having the thing and choosing to cancel the purchase. And so it is like, not in addition to just the forgetfulness, you are going to be less likely to cancel, even when you take the time to evaluate whether or not you want a product. Once you already have it, you're going to be much less likely to cancel it because you view it as something you already have than you would be to when deciding whether or not to get it. Independent of also additional friction for subscription and this type of stuff. And it is because it is like psychologically exploitative that every company wants to move every single thing that they sell onto a subscription basis, including Twitch and YouTube and this type of thing, because you're staying like they want you to not give individual donations to viewers as much as they want you to be on the subscription thing, because then you have it. This type of thing. And so it is what's going on there? It's like psychologically exploitative beyond the forgetfulness aspect. Austria's so awkward at start with no really good spot for the capital, so regional capitals would be real nice. Yeah. Is it just me doing something wrong, but I continuously get vassal rebellions for that large faction joins? I can't piece out or get anything out of it. A lot of people are having that issue. I don't have that issue very often. Having really small subjects, you tend to avoid the issue because they convert everything to one faith and one culture, and then they're generally like in really good shape. I feel like anyone in Anatolia, Persia benefits more, maybe Georgia. I think the way you look at it is the worse you are on this map mode, the more you're going to benefit, generally speaking. And I think that land-based nations will also benefit more in the aggregate, even though I think that with the new governor system, you want to go naval. I still think land-based countries are going to benefit a lot more. So, because Bohemia, if you're keeping your capital in Praha, now you can put a capital on the coast here, and from the capital on the coast, project a whole ton of, like, proximity. And so, even on Bohemia, maybe you go naval, like this type of thing, which seems kind of crazy. But it makes everyone want to go naval, but the landlocked internal guys, I think, also just generally benefit quite a bit. Yeah. Not skipping ads does make sense for Twitch. No, I mean, just because they can come up with a good reason doesn't mean that that was their initial reason as well. But it does seem... The fact that you could just pause, get up, use the bathroom during the ad, and then just, like, fast forward and then rewind and skip the ad. I'm not against... Well... I'm not against like YouTube and stuff making money. The things that bother me tend to be the stuff that is like exploitative of psychology or psychologically exploitative. Gravel road, take me home. But yeah, this is gonna feel so bad in the next patch. All of our land over here will have 20% less dev growth. I really don't like that road change. I really don't like it. Where connection to the capital is determining 20% of the dev growth change from having a road, and only 5% otherwise. Generalist saying in general is self-promotion. You caught me. It's horrible in some services where you have a small window to cancel, or you'll lose a whole month you already paid for. Yeah, that too. You have to like set up a reminder, and that part of the inconvenience. But like, just independent of like inconvenience and like forgetting and like this type of stuff, it's still psychologically exploitative. Subscription is just modern day serfdom. It's where capitalists are reclaiming the ownership over the products. Yeah. And so that's an instance where I'm kind of a fan of consumer protections. I think there should be more consumer protections against that type of stuff, but Codsrub, thank you for the follow. Big nice, much appreciated. I don't know. I would prefer it if like I think I would prefer it if I bought movies and shows, and the movies and shows just cost like $1 or something instead of paying a subscription to Netflix. Or 50 cents or some shit. I don't know what the exchange rate would be, but they wouldn't make as much money that way. These guys are also... one nice thing about being a theocracy is your subjects also get spat out as theocracies. And when they get spat out as theocracies, they're always your religion, so they convert everything real fast. Orthodox or Sunni, don't you mean Waldensian? Bourgeoisie pigs want you to have to subscribe to everything. Yeah, loss aversion bias. Yes, this is yes. Although Daniel Kahneman, when I've heard him talk about it, calls it the framing effect. So, what about India and China? You'll get over the Himalayas with this. China's weird because they get so much proximity cost reduction. I feel like the more proximity cost reduction you have, it isn't necessarily proportionally way bigger. I've seen a ton of people arguing that it makes Russia way bigger, but Russia doesn't get to skip over friction. Right? And I think the play pattern that's really strong is skipping over friction. What Russia will get, though, with all that prox cost reduction, is they can put one here in Central Asia, then, like, one here, and then, like, in China, and then they get decent control everywhere. But being able to skip over friction is really valuable. So if you're playing, like, Georgia, being able to put a capital over here as Georgia, and then a capital down here as Georgia, will make Georgia so much better, right? Because you're getting to skip over all this, like, things that you can't push through. And I think that's the way you like look at it, is like, can I skip over stuff? And it's specifically roads overcome the penalties you get from vegetation. So it's really specifically for difficult rough terrain. So for Ethiopia, now the Ethiopia capital, I don't know where you put it. I feel like it's somewhere down here to abuse the lakes. But then you get one of these things over here, and that's going to feel really, really nice. And maybe you do another one up here, because the one that you do over here can't skip over here. So you do one in, like, Nubia, one to kind of control this area, and then the capital down here, and then you're like, okay, good times. And then the lakes are really, really powerful for this. And you also push naval, and then with your thing, maybe you put the other one that's giving 80 procs, maybe you put it on the coast here, and then you get a decent amount of push up this way. And then you can put in adjacent subcontinents, I think. This is a subcontinent. I don't know if East Africa is adjacent to South Asia, but if it is, then you put another capital over here as Ethiopia, and so your main capital's back here, and then you put, like, governors on the, like, east coast of this, like, I don't know. You gotta play with it a little bit more, but it just seems you get, like, so much proximity that it's just, like, just sounds so disgusting. If you give vassals with different culture or religion without them making cores, will have a huge rebel issues. Yeah, also this. Oh, that's another thing. Your vassals can also get this stuff. This was the thing with the TV. You can start watching with a delay and get overall all the ads. Got it. Meow. But imagine if YouTube ads just kept the video playing and you don't have to do the same thing with any ad deleting part of the video. You do the same thing with any ad, deleting part of the video? Yeah. Great, now I'm ordering pizza? Mamma mia. Wait, why does this have to do with ordering pizza? What's happening to Ubisoft? It happens to every company. The fact that Adobe was a product you bought and now it's a yearly subscription for more than what the product used to cost is just another example how we're slaves to our own market. Yeah. No, like, there's so much anti-competitive stuff that there's just, like, look, capitalism works really well when there's actual competition. That's one of the assumptions of a perfect competition. And functionally right now, there's, like, actually not a lot of competition. And it leads to, like, stuff like this. And to be fair, like, it's, practically speaking, having perfect competition is not possible, but we could be a hell of a lot closer if there was better regulation on a whole bunch of stuff. Even hardware is going this direction. RAM prices through the roof, GPUs keep rising, eventually everyone will rent GPUs through GeForce. I hope that's not the way things go. Office is now a subscription model, whereas you used to buy iterations. Yep. I don't know, like, I use the Google suite, but, like, I think a big part of this, especially with the tech stuff, actually is, like, anti-competitive stuff that just shouldn't be allowed. There should be more consumer protections. There's virtually, like, no breakup of monopolies that happens, like, in modern kind of times, and the issue is really Citizens United. Like, at least in the US, Europeans kind of have some consumer protections, but what the US does, like, affects other people, right? And the issue is Citizens United, because these companies have been able to lobby. Like, the right to repair stuff is just such bullshit, like, where, like, Apple can intentionally design their products so that they're the only one who can repair it, and then built in you know, planned obsolescence as well. Like the iPhone 6, there was just a massive scandal back in the day where they were releasing patches for the software that would intentionally slow down the phone. And then other people aren't allowed to repair them. So, like, what are we doing here, guys? And if there were more options, right, you could just avoid having an iPhone. But if there's only, like, 2 companies in terms of how you look at buying from phone manufacturers, then obviously you have an issue. What is stopping you from forming Italy? Nothing. We formed Italy already. Kilwa was nice because you do one of the lakes, your capital near the Zimbabwe, and get another Settle Frontier action. Oh, I didn't even use Settle Frontier, but yeah, 1 near Zimbabwe, 1 in Kilwa. Seems pretty good. Mogadishu, maybe. At a certain point, like, just not being in this portion of the world is actually just better, though. Like, categorically. Like, the Kilwa run was, like, a little bit depressing because no matter how much we did, if we fought Egypt and we took their land, it would have been better for us to move the capital to Egypt. It's same kind of with India. I feel like the proc source of the secondary capital should go down if they're super far from your capital. It should. And to be fair, they're going to nerf procs just generally speaking. I just don't know to what extent it's getting nerfed, but, like, boy, dude. Like, just, like, looking at the mechanic, it just seems obscene. Because, like, the thing is, like, look, we here, to Smyrna, have, like, 60 procs, I think. $43? How much is this segment? This segment was the problem segment. This segment can get cheaper. This can get to 60. So we can have 60 procs here. So that means that if we have an 80 procs thing and we just drop it in Georgia, basically everywhere from Georgia to here will be at least 60 procs. That's insane, dude. But they're nerfing the proximity in some way. I don't know how they're nerfing it, but the way it like reads to me is just like it just seems really, really powerful, and like the notion of you having to be small was just completely thrown out the window in terms of this, in terms of game balance, unless they like cut proximity modifiers like more than in half. Because like this segment's not cheap, or sorry, this segment's not cheap because of percentage procs cost reduction. We're getting 16% procs cost reduction. It's actually just gonna make it like, yeah, no, we're just getting 16% procs cost reduction. What, like, we would have like 60 procs over here in Aragon. If we had an 80% proc source in Portugal, and an 80% procs cost in Antwerp, let's say, the entirety of Western Europe we would be able to have at least 60 procs towards. Basically. Actually, not inland in here. This would be a dead zone for us, and this would maybe be a little bit of a dead zone in here. But that shit happened with the iPhone 4S. I remember jailbroken phone was on the penultimate patch, decided to update, it started running noticeably slow. Yup. And like, that stuff just doesn't get broken up. And it absolutely should be. Companies lobbying so Chinese products can't enter the US market. That's... I think there's some I think there's some complexity there, but yes, that as well. I think there should be some Chinese products that shouldn't be allowed to enter the market. For like, national security reasons. What was it, like a transformer that China shipped to the US had a built-in backdoor, and like I don't think that the US should be building their power grid with transformers from China if there's a backdoor where China could just turn off the power grid. You know? So I think there's China's not exactly the best actor in a lot of instances, so I think there's like a little bit of complexity there, but also some stuff is just clearly like anti-competitive stuff and not actually national security protectionism, but just like classical protectionism masquerading as national security protectionism. I think this one is farmland and it doesn't have a river, so we probably want to urbanize up. Roman roads, one tag world conquest, and will now have control in Americas. How do you get control to Americas? I don't know how you cross over. It seems like you can't build regional capitals. Is North America considered adjacent to... I think North America is not considered an adjacent or regional... an adjacent subcontinent to Western Europe, despite, you know, this... I don't know how this gets handled, this bridge. But if there's shenanigans you can do, then yeah, I guess. Because this is the spot at which it would happen, or I guess right here. I don't know if North America is considered adjacent to Asia. I think that it's not, despite, you know, only being 2 locations away, just from perspective of making things work. Exploding pagers? Yeah, exploding pagers, there we go. With naval and like 100 maritime presence, you get like 80 to 90 proximity in the med. Yep. You mentioned national security views. Most people in America don't care about their nation, let alone national security. If they're affected, why would they care? I'm just saying there's reasons to ban products that exist outside of corporate greed that are, like, legitimate, whereas corporate greed I'm not seeing as, like, a legitimate reason. A reason we're running Intel or AMD CPU has an American backdoor. Maybe that's that is because I'm not American, but I would prefer CCP to have my data than American corporation. Yeah, see, I'm in the other camp. At least at this juncture. Because my perception is that I'm not as interested in someone who is less freedom of speech oriented and authoritarian having it. That said, I think that current U.S. government's a little bit more authoritarian and a little bit less freedom of speech oriented, so maybe that's becoming less of a thing I care about, the distinction between the two. But I would also be open to the idea that, hey, maybe power grid transformers are something that if you're a major nation that's large, you just should actually never outsource from somewhere else. Like, maybe every major nation should just build their own transformers because they shouldn't allow backdoors from other nations in. Like, if another nation was like, you know what, US is sus, I don't think we should buy their transformers, I think I'd be okay with that. Right? So, I think that, for countries that can afford to not have to afford the production chain, let's say, that I'm okay with them doing that. The beer done market, all hail, closer to everywhere, easier to explore from. That looks adjacent to me, brother. That's just not a sea lane, just a normal sea zone. Yeah, I don't know how... Yeah. People aren't getting caught onto that yet. Nations, everyone's sleeping at the wheel. Yes. But, yeah, I don't know. We'll see. Increasingly, China is in the process of disentangling its economy from the United States, which... currently that is something that I think that preserves peace, the entanglement. And so, I think disentanglement is scary. Because if things get disentangled, what we'll have is, like, 2 internets, 2 economies, 2, like, telecommunications networks, 2, like, satellite systems, all this type of stuff. And if it's ever very neatly divided, then the costs of going to war being removed, I think, is something that is not to the benefit of the average person in either of those nations. But yeah, increasingly it looks like that. Like, Huawei is, like, banned for, like, security reasons in the US, and I think that makes sense. But if a country wanted to, like, increasingly other countries are going to be like, oh, well, do we go Huawei or do we go Apple? When countries are going to make choices. Allies matter. I think we're kind of okay auto-expanding the bog iron smelters in general. Auto-expand just also, like, hard needs to be in the game. Like, I've been, like, keeping up with a lot of the constructions just by, like, setting up what I know what I want to be constructed in a lot of these places, and at some point we're going to need to kind of comb through and make, like, a closer pass at some things. But, like, I can't imagine trying to chat this much with chat and actually also build literally all the buildings I want built. That just seems like an impossible task. Gonna add the masons. because we have clay in this province. Help to keep the price collapse. Like, we have a bunch of those auto expands on clay, on masonry and lumber mills that are helping to keep everything in check. Although eventually we might just start shift-click building lumber mills. That seems to be the way that things generally traject to. Yeah, that is urbanized. So auto expand on paper. I need to take a look at a lot of these auto expands. I think that, though, we've been streaming a hot minute, and so maybe that'll be a project for maybe even a video. We have a nice kind of big basis for kind of doing some of this stuff. Also, maybe this is a good conclusion to the run as well. We didn't get to flipping Republic, but it sounds like we're gonna... It sounds like we're not going to be able to, maybe, because we can't roll the plutocratic cabinet thing. So we'll have to just get enough +2s to push to get to the doing a plutocracy. That's just grim. I don't like how much harder it is to push to plutocracy. Speaking of China, they could colonize way earlier than Europe. This too. Trade dependence being a thing that reduces willingness to go to war is a big thing. Yeah, and Taiwan is on the clock. Taiwan's complicated because both China and the US get their chips from Taiwan. And if China attacks Taiwan, they also will brick their own ability to produce chips. So both countries are actually trying right now to get independence from chips. The US, so that the US, both for the same reason, which is China wants to be able to... Both are preparing for the China attacking Taiwan. And both need chip independence to, like, for that possibility to not be really bad for them. Auto-expand is missing buildings. It hits it when it gets the requirement. I don't think it's missing... The location we just looked at, I don't think it was missing adding buildings. It has some pretty strict requirements, so it won't add under a lot of circumstances. Did I join for the stream to just end? Yeah, kind of. What was the original reason for the EU? Yeah, the mutually assured this will be bad. And I think the world where we don't have... I mean, we haven't had a post-nuclear conflict like that. It's spooky, man. Someone else, someone's playing Serbia multiplayer. Maybe we raid them. But yeah, you did join just at the tail end. The VOD is up, though. Oh, looks like they maybe are getting smoked by Venice. Or maybe not? Alright, we're gonna raid them, though. The Serbia player. Wait, /raid. Whoops. And then we will link it to the YouTubers and then answer the last couple questions and then be on our way. I hate this. I fabricated the wrong CB. I made tribe instead of religion. Womp womp. The US is definitely not doing well in that regard. Intel is struggling. Yeah. I don't know. They got to get on it. CHIPS Act was supposed to do that. It's also not making fabricators is like not straightforward. It's not like chip manufacturing is like way more complicated than regular manufacturing. It's like not just like something you like plug and play on. So the direction in which the world is heading makes the NPT look unsustainable. Not sure what NPT stands for. National Pipe Thread? That can't be it. For threaded American National Standard Pipe Threads? That's not it. But okay. maybe it does make the NNP look unsustainable. Maybe people will use different types of pipes. That's true. But we will be off on the raid. And then we will be concluding the stream for the YouTubers. Bye-bye, everyone. Thanks for coming out.